Testing. Yes. How is everybody doing? This is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing is easy. Warriors and wenches. How y'all doing? And God bless. Bro, how's everybody doing? Am I baiting you into this channel with Sweeney's boobs? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Anyway, we are back. I could switch it up if you'd like. I could switch it up. If you don't like these, we can switch it up. I'm not gonna switch it up. I could give you a worse version of this. Asha finna peg Todd with the obsidian strike. Listen. I don't think these developers are going to be able to create something as great as Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 76 is their magnum opus, and they just want to pump out DLCs and make shitty, ugly fucking characters. Josh Scheuer, I have a tiny bit of hope for, but that can be easily snuffed out with a little bit of wind. I mean, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? So you don't really, you gotta. I think Obsidian and Bethesda are cooked. If they cannot bring something to the table that is worth something, I don't know what to tell you. People will flock over to their next Fallout game, and yeah, people will fall off. Just like Odyssey, people will flock because it's Christopher Nolan. Because it's Bethesda making Fallout, people will flock over to Elder Scrolls or Fallout. That's just how it is. Now, if the game sucks, don't expect their next game to have a flock of people, because people have a certain level of the studio is not the same as it was before in the past. So you can't come into this thinking that, hey, make Fallout and things will be better. It's more than that. It's way more than that. It can't be that simple where make Fallout and things will be better. No, it's more than that. If they're politically captured, which I think they are, I don't think you're gonna get a good game. But we will see. Hey, I could change it up if you want. Hold on. I could switch this up if you want. Hold on. I can give you something better if you don't like this one. If you don't like this blonde,
just 3.
If you don't like this blonde, I'll give you this blonde. If you want.
Just 3 days after murdering a father in the streets, they do it again.
You want this one? You want this one?
In front of a fucking child. He was a 26-year-old husband.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the other blonde. Okay, all right. We're gonna go to the other blonde. Okay, this is much better. That last one looked like a complete train wreck. Jesus Christ. But yes, welcome. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We're gonna go in and talk about Emberville. We're gonna start off with Emberville and see what is going on. And Emberville, we're gonna start off with Emberville. Emberville is a game that is actually getting a wide range appeal by a lot of people. A lot of people are viewing it. It's a pixelated sort of RPG style type combat game. Uninstalled Avowed at a character creation screen. All the options made my character look like a fucking clicker from The Last of Us. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
The dangers to face are many.
But yeah, I plan on playing Emberville. Emberville looks good. I do like pixelated sort of video games, and I'm interested in seeing what this game is all about. The thing is, though, there's a little bit more with this, because Emberville, not interested just solely due to the amount of botted comments. Absolutely insane. Is this made by the same people that made Heroes? Heroes of Hammerwatch 2, the assets look similar. How can you tell that they're bots? This guy's a... Yeah, how can you tell that they're bots? Yeah, I don't see how you can tell these are bots. Yeah, I don't see how you can tell that they're bots. Yeah. Pain World, how you doing, man? I can't tell. I can't tell. But, Ember Vale is bringing almost every single... Check this game out. Like, I'm excited for Ember Vale, but...
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Hi.
I get skeptical when Emberville, a studio that... Hold on. Let me see. Because there's a whole bunch of voice actors that we know of. And... Not this. Not now. Thank you. Let me check. Because... they must have got some funding. Cygnus Cross. That's their first game up on Steam. Cygnus Cross. Okay, I'm pretty sure they talked to a couple of people along with Carnage to see if they can voice the characters. Convergence Games Showcase. Huh. Early access will be coming here soon. Yeah, I'm just looking at this game, and that's the only game that they've made, and they're able to procure... I think it's because of Carnage, because Carnage is helping make this game, and they got like a whole range of like different voice actors, and I get worried when you start doing this whole like bring everybody from Critical Role and Ben Starr and Jennifer English, and I'm over here just like, okay, that's fine. I'm glad that they're bringing new blood into like voice acting, but I'm over here just like, okay, where the hell did you get the funding, first of all? And then the second thing would be like is this game... I'm so curious about the funding, because this is a lot of people funding being within a pixelated game. Because usually when you see a pixelated game, you think to yourself, oh, well, it's not going to have that much voice acting, and, you know, they're not going to have... I've played the Old Faith. I've played even with, what's it called? A Blasphemous. Not everything is voiced in Blasphemous. And even with Silk Song, there's some characters that go, and it's not really like a whole range of big names of, you know, voice actors. But this one, I'm just like, that's a lot of fucking money. And hopefully, like, I'll be honest, I don't care about the voice the usual voice actors. I would like some new blood within voice acting. When it comes to voice acting certain characters in a video game, I want to see more new blood. And I know the reason that they brought in people that people know, so they can bring in more people to play the game. And that's all fine and stuff. That's capitalism 101. But I want to see some more new blood. You know what I mean? I want to see like, oh man, somebody else is here, and now... like Matt Mercer has to compete with this person, Troy Baker has to compete with this person, Ben Starr, Jennifer English have to compete with this person. But if you, the rehashing of the same voice actors is kind of like jarring. And I just want to see some more competition in the voice acting, you know, space. And I think there's some good voice actors there. We just need to find them. We've been striving to make Embervale an immersive as we possibly can, and today we announced the team that's going to help us make that happen. Welcome to the absolutely incredible voice acting of Embervale. We couldn't be more honored and pleased to have these amazing people with us, even Ben Starr. Here is the small list of many of those involved. Go forth and follow. See you October 27th. I don't really like to follow. I don't like to follow, you know, voice actors and stuff like that. It's like I'll follow like some streamers and YouTubers, but I'm not gonna follow like voice act. You know. It's like I think that's great that they are, you know, getting the following that they need, and they're probably gonna do a good job. It looks like GCX is kind of involved, which is, I mean, hey, more power to them. I mean, if they're doing voice acting and that's new voice actors, that's great. More new voice actors, that's what I want to see. Asian voice actors are on another level compared to the Western ones. They will scream their own lungs out if the character needs it, while the West voice actors tend to drop their voices lower. I don't know about that. Or they start talking like a Disney character. There, that's the one. I simply can't stand the 80% of Western voice actors. That's what I'm trying to say is, like, I understand the ones like Ben Starr, Jennifer English, Matt Mercer, and all that stuff. I just want to see some new blood. But there are some people, like one of the streamers is like, and I'm like, oh my god, bro. It's just like one of the streamers is in here, and I'm just like, okay, all right. But the early access is coming. A lot of people are gonna be in this, and unfortunately, if you look down here, like there's only like 300, 200. How many people are on this one? 1 million views. Luckily, Embervale got 1 million views on this thing alone. I think that they need more views on their actual gameplay, but you know, I guess they see their favorite voice actor and then they see, oh well, what's the video game? But 1 million views is very, very good for a game like this, because most people will push away from pixelated games, but I don't think so too much. It depends on the pixelated game, you know what I mean? If you mention Mega Man, people will flock, okay? But like you'll see Embervale, and yeah, I like this game. And then they got a pinned one right here, and then yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. And it's good that they're getting eyes on their game, but damn, the voice actors that they hired are doing all the heavy lifting, and you know what I mean, to get eyes on this game. So it's like, you know, 17k views, but you know, it's like, oh, Matt Mercer's in it, Ben Starr, Jennifer English, it's like 1 million views. What is GCX? Yeah, that's gay. Yeah, vacation focused gaming celebration. Yeah, these it's in Orlando, Florida. It looks kind of gay. A bunch of gay dudes up there. Well, yeah, voice actors. That guy's Mr. Hands from Cyberpunk. You already know Jennifer English, Matt Mercer, and this person was from Marathon. Anything else? Oh, Adam Jensen. Okay. Hell yeah. I think that's great that they're getting more work. I think that's one thing that I do like, is the fact that voice actors that are really good are getting more work, but I still want to see new blood. I still want to see new blood. And so this site, like, they're barely getting any views, because a lot of gamers don't care about this shit. A lot of gamers don't care about any of this shit. Like, it's like, who, yeah, yeah, nobody cares about that. But I want Embervale to be seen more and more. Somebody said Stardew Valley meets Diablo was already a wild pitch, but Embervale's voice cast reads like a dream. Well, we gotta make sure that the game is fun. First off, I did show you the combat. I like Stardew Valley. Yeah. It seems like it's just being posted by a whole bunch of people that are being voice acted within the casting of Embervale. But, hey, at least there's going to be eyes on it. And I think the wish list for Embervale is pretty high. I'd say they're doing pretty well. People still like pixelated games. It just depends on what type of pixelated game there is. Because if we're talking about Blasphemous, bro. But also the Old Faith. The Old Faith is a great fucking pixelated game, but not a lot of people played it. So it's very dicey when it comes to pixelated games. Where I'm just like, yo, the Old Faith should get recognition because Old Faith is really good. Sorry for the typo. Just like you, I'm skeptical about funding, especially when you consider how much the money video games cost nowadays, according to the media. And yeah, I'm thinking about that, but also we got to take into account that they're playing, it's a pixelated game, and that sort of funding you can get a little bit of wiggle room for, but you got a triple Angus beef burger amount of voice actors. And I'm like, you could get maybe 1, 2 big voice actors, but you decided to just grab the whole plate. And I'm like, okay, bro. I have, however, followed this game for a long time, but I hope they realize that I don't want a game made by the industry. I don't want that either. I want games not made by big publishers and the snakes. Luckily, it's produced by themselves, but that could be, you know, a lie. Like it says here, it's published by them and the developers are them. But I'm just wondering, who the heck is, like, I mean, we could say the same thing about Mixtape. I mean, Mixtape, we had to find out who the fuck they were getting funded by. And here's another thing that I totally forgot to mention this about this game. Here's another thing I forgot to mention. All these sort of people with these voice actors, they align with the game journalists. So it's like, oh, Matt Mercer, we're gonna give you 2 extra points in your review. Oh, Jennifer English, she's gay, we're gonna add 4 more points to your review. And I'm just like, I'm gonna be fair, okay, right now, because I don't know the funding. I don't think that they brought in all these sort of voice actors to get a good review. I mean, everybody wants a good review, but I don't think they brought them in here for a good review. I think they came in here to make the game immersive, but the game journalists have a different agenda to the developer. You see what I'm saying? Where it's just like, oh man, you pulled the same people that we like. Oh my gosh, the same people that I agree with publicly. That's the game journalists. Sorry for the typo. You're fine. I've read it. I have, however, I recently played Axiom Verge, a Metroid-like, and it was fantastic. Actually, I was mentioned. I just got it in my mentions. Axiom. Where'd it go? It was on the page. Axiom Verge, yeah. Ooh, that's some Lovecraftian sort of 8-bit Contra sort of style of gaming right there. and it's got very positive reviews. That's good. See, that's really good, and a lot of people play it, and they're funded by themselves as well, and they've only made this game, so that's what I like. I like to see that, where they're getting positive reviews. It's funded by them, but that's been like, it was released in 2015. Jeez. That was back in 2015, and they haven't made anything else after that. Maybe they went broke or something. I'm not sure. Split after they got finished. I'm not sure. I do not know. However, still, I wish them luck. Releasing a game is one thing. Supporting it past the release is another big beast, and that's where I get skeptical. That's where I get skeptical. I agree. I wish them luck. And yeah, that's good. That's good. I bring back fucking good game journalists. Oh, by the way, I saw this and I want to show you this. So apparently, this guy made like 3 videos on the continuing adventures of the Mary Sue. And let's see his very first video. It's an AI thing, but yeah, let's see it. The Mary Sue.
Been trained. You can't face the dragon until you've been trained.
I don't need training. I just need to realize how awesome I already am.
Suit yourself.
Are you taking new students?
You can't face the...
I mean, at least she learned her lesson. It's like, I mean, like, if anybody's wondering what the Mary Sue is, it's basically the woman that cannot do no wrong. She don't need no man. It's like in almost every fucking movie or TV show, or even like with like, perfect example would be Rey Skywalker. Like, she cannot do no wrong. She's perfect. She's good. Everything she's got is good. That's basically what this is. They made a sequel, but it wasn't as good as Axiom Verge 1. Ah, damn. Have you seen the Walking Dead fat memes? I love those. Ain't nobody gonna run away from those zombies looking all fat like that. Let's look at the second one. Mary Sue doesn't need a man to protect her.
I know you're into the whole He-Man protector thing, but I can handle myself.
Let me show you how this is done.
Damn. 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 Over the top rope? Bro. Developed and published by Singus Cross. The project is led by studio owner Briner Gingja, alongside prominent gaming streamer Co-Carnage, who serves as a co-owner, creative director, and producer. This by Singus Cross. The project, I read that. By studio owner Briner, alongside prominent gaming streamer. I know all that. Yeah, I already know all that. Like you said, all my search results say that they're funded by themselves. I think it was mostly Co-Carnage, because Co-Carnage he's got money. He's got money. Let's just say that, okay? He's got money. Okay, they're probably friends amongst each other. See, God bless capitalism, because now, like, God bless capitalism, because I like how don't ever see this is why I like voice actors, because they don't play this game. They're just like, oh man, I love you guys, oh man, let's try this game out, oh that's great, and then they realize, oh shit, I gotta get fucking paid. And I'm like, cool, awesome, no communism, you want to get paid, you want to be a voice actor, awesome. I like that. That's how it should be. Yeah, that's good. It's because of Co-Carnage mostly. Co-Carnage probably paid maybe, I'm willing to bet that Co-Carnage paid for 70% of this game. This game is, along with the developers, is his baby. That's what I'm willing to bet, because you can only go so far as to talk about the gaming industry. Sometimes you just got to create something yourself and see what goes on from there. And I agree. I'm more power to him. Anyway. Okay. Let's talk about this. Okay. Let's talk about this. This one's kind of fucking weird. We've talked about Angry Joe like literally last week, maybe a week, like 2 weeks ago. How Angry Joe is just flying off the rails, probably drunk texting. No, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is fully sober making these tweets. And so Angry Joe is now going back and forth with Yellow Flash, which is another YouTuber who talks about, the culture war. And Joe Vargas says, let's start from the beginning. Like, I was fat and sedentary for years. It wrecked my back, still dealing with the fallout years later. Took real work, consistency in the gym, diet changes, and facing hard truths to fix it. If you're unhappy with where you are, start today. Small habits compound. No one's coming to save you. It's on you. Magic drugs won't help you in the long run either. Only hard work. And then Joe Vargas, I'm just like, what is he doing here? I'm over here thinking Joe is going to come on and be like, yo, I also need to work out and exercise. Thanks for the tip, bro. No. He's like, now this explains a lot. Good for you. Now to work on not being such a piece of shit to others online because of how unhappy you were with yourself. Jeez. Oh my gosh. So Flash goes and says, hit the gym, Joe, then maybe you won't crash out so hard over fictional characters getting made fun of. Also, you might lose those tits. Damn. You muppet. I thought that was a British thing. You literally just described your entire channel. LOL, here is you crying and crashing out about literally everything, including my mean tweets. It's probably why you hide your face, because you look like this. Talk about bitch tits. And here's where it gets very interesting. So, Flash says, how did you find my picture? And that was the trap. That was the fucking trap. And then Joe says, Google, big boy. I don't need to use the AI slop like you do. Wait. Google uses AI. Okay, alright, okay, we're dumb. Alright. But man, I'm just messing with you. I didn't mean to take such a slow blow and hurt your feelings. But I've seen, yes you did. And I've seen you say some pretty fucked up shit in the past. So what happened in your life that made you like this? You don't care. You're just being a piece of shit. So this is what happened. Somebody said this name is Nina, and she says, Yellow Flash, isn't that a photo of a fan who is battling cancer and made a statement a while ago that he didn't want to be involved with online drama like this? Angry Joe, you should delete your post. And Yellow Flash says, yes. And I'm like, bro, you gotta apologize. You just made, bro, that's not even Yellow Flash. I don't know why you're trying to dox this person. It's not even Yellow Flash, and it's a cancer patient, bro. Bro, you have to apologize. You have to take this whole thing down. So this is not even Yellow Flash. This is some person that's going through cancer and they got problems in their life. And I'm like, yeah, of course he's getting fat. Of course he's getting fat. Duh. Oh my God, bro. That's it. And this has been 9 hours, maybe yesterday, and I'm over here just like, bro, if you don't apologize, bro, I would apologize. I would delete this whole thing and make an apology video. It's like, now you're getting other people involved in shit. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's wild. Endymion says, be angry Joe, try to attack Yellow Flash's appearance. The photo you used is actually a fan who was battling cancer that he made fun of. Just stop. Just log off. Just at this point, don't even apologize. Just get off the internet. Just get off, bro. I would say I was thinking apologize. Just get off the internet, bro. You're not capable of apologizing. That's just, bro. Not only as just a person, but as a Christian man, I cannot waive that, and we all got like faults in our life where we're just like, man, I should have never done that. Man, I was so fucking stupid and I keep on remembering it. Man, I shouldn't have done that. This is one of those things for Angry Joe, and he still hasn't apologized. So I'm just like, you want to know what you want to know the crazy thing is? These videos that he made, he can talk about whatever the hell he wants. If he wants to talk about like stuff with Supergirl, Avengers, Odyssey, some crazy woke Canadian, even you, Angry Joe, he's allowed to do that. That's his freedom of speech. But then there's freedom of speech, and then there's this. You know what I mean? There's this, and then there's that. So, bro, I can't even make a joke about this. Let's just move on, man. Let's just move on. That's fucking ridiculous. That's what are we doing? I feel bad. It's like I feel bad for even ever supporting Joe. It's like I feel bad too, because I remember like him saying like, go out there and support what your boy likes, and I'm like, bro, I'm not your fucking slave. Get the fuck out of here. This is why I like Nerd Erotic, because not only is he honest, but he realizes, you know, the time and effort and the support that his own fans put. And so he does small things where he's like, okay, we're gonna have a certain level of people meet us at a convention, we're gonna have a certain level of people meet us at Japan or Egypt, and I'd be like, yeah, I'll do something with the fans, like 40 plus people, and then he'll do that with, you know, a select few of fans, and then he'll have other nerderotic daily stuff, and like he's fully aware of his position. Whereas Angry Joe, like, you got to stay humble. You got to stay humble. If you don't, then you can have more. You can have more subs than, you know, all these other people, but you're gonna lose your. You're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose your following, and people don't forget. What a legendary thumbnail! Thanks, man. Dude needs to change his name to LL Cool L. Catching so many L's, damn. I'm glad I've never watched any type of concert from that bozo. He used to be good, bro. He, I don't know, bro. He. You want to know the crazy thing is? He was the one individual that actually went toe to toe with. Are we still on? Hold on. Hold on. Double checking. Hold on. Are we still here? Testing. YouTube, man. YouTube. I don't know what to say. Just YouTube. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, he got bought or grabbed by the balls. Politics. He got grabbed by the balls by politics. That's why. Because that was a moment in my life where can I play this? Probably not. Change it up. Change it up. Ooh, do Hogwarts. Yeah, you never know with Lord of the Rings music, so change it up. There we go. Yeah, can't trust Lord of the Rings. But Hogwarts is always available. We gotta go back to Hogwarts Legacy. We gotta go back to that. But Bro, let me geek out a little bit about Hogwarts and Harry Potter. Bro, me and my friend Kenny were all about Harry Potter, listening to audiobooks late at night. Like, it's literally a kid's freaking dream. Bro, it's just like there's a level of darkness within Harry Potter, but there's so much level of hope because it's like children, you know? It's like the most base thing ever, where it's like the kids pave way to be like, you know, the children pave the way as they do, and then they fight evil, and I'm just like, yo, this is pretty cool. Oh no. Anyway, I'm gonna let that go, but yeah. I just wanted to talk about it. Man, I want to watch Harry Potter again. Yeah, it ain't got no business going that hard, bro. You immediately hear that track, and you envision yourself as a 12-year-old boy, like holding a whole bunch of books, running over to your class, bro. And then all your boys are there, and then you're just like eating jelly beans and shit. It's freaking crazy, bro. It's top notch. Hey, Lilith Pro, how you doing? But yes, we're gonna go ahead and watch this one. Okay. All right. Hey, everybody. This is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy. Warriors and wenches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We are here to watch another video with the amazing background NPC and see what she's got to say about the gaming industry. This one talking about Power World, and I want to talk a little bit about my experience with Power World as well. So let's go ahead and start this off. Let's do this.
It almost felt like I was living in a simulation this past weekend, eerily similar to weekends I had back in early 2024, starting my new save file for Power World, getting lost in space and time, entire days just gone, and unreasonable number of, I need to do this one last thing. Albeit, this time around, I was a little less sad and a little less pudgy. Growth. But on top of Power World hitting Steam chart highs.
Shout out to all the people that are working out. I mean, she's working out. I'm working on, like, I'm complete. I am cutting out any sort of fast food. I am done. We got Yellow Flash trying to lose weight. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's do a round of applause for everybody. Being healthy. Being healthy. Yeah. Everybody's trying to be healthy. That's good. That's good.
For the second time, it has been a very busy week. Sony is now actively getting sued over anti-consumer behavior. Ubisoft sold 2 million copies of Black Flag Precinct, and we somehow got two of the worst summer blockbusters within a couple weeks of each other. But mostly, we saw two sides of the same coin. We got Triumph in Power World, which against all odds fought against Nintendo, against the Pokemon fanboys preying on its downfall, and just hit almost 860,000 concurrent players on Steam. And we also got full public meltdowns in what is currently happening over at Bethesda. One of these studios has worked very diligently to earn your time and money, and one of them thinks that they are just entitled to it. But first,
I know who you're talking about. No, the fact that I actually, at first I was like, who is she referring to? Because the AAA industry is full of entitled cucks. Anyway, let's go ahead and do it.
Sony still has not said a single word about the physical media backlash they have.
Because they think they're better than you and that you'll eat the slop. I mean, they're partly right, but the fact that people are pushing back in a great wave is a good thing, and we should move towards fixing this whole anti-consumer. I don't like the word consumer. We need to work on this anti, what's a better word? Anti-customer bullshit that they pull off. We need to take care of that. That's a big issue. Take care of that, give back physical, and then we can go from there.
Just kept marching on, posting while getting absolutely bodied in their comment sections across every platform, which is weirdly kind of impressive. I don't know, I won't lie. Meanwhile, 2 days after announcing discs are going to die, their CEO sold off more than half of his personal stake in the company, about $4.5 million worth, and several other executives sold that exact same week too.
I'm sorry, you only do that when, yeah, you only do that when you know things are going downhill. Could you go back and then do it again? Where you're like, oh yeah, well, people are going to hate this, so I'm going to start selling. And then you can just go back and buy again and then try to get even more. So they're probably going to do more insider trading right after that. But Sony's done. Sony's not done in the way of like, oh man, we're not going to have any more people buying, PlayStation or using, Sony products. No, Sony's done as a customer product. That's what they're done with. And I think the best medicine is to let people know, because I leave out messages on each of those PlayStation sort of what's it called? Post up on Twitter. And I just say, you're renting games. I just put a little AI picture on here and say, hey, you're not buying games, you're renting games. Have a nice day. That's it. Let them know. Let them know, because that's how you know. Somebody out there will see it and be like, wait a minute, I am just renting my game. Like, I stopped fucking with PlayStation around Cyberpunk 2077, and before that I was like, why am I paying for online when I am paying for internet? So I'm paying to get online to use online functions on PlayStation, and I'm also paying for internet. Isn't that bullshit? But people were eating that shit up. And then after like the whole thing with Cyberpunk 2077 getting fucked up, and then PC players were saying, well, I'm just doing just fine, I decided myself, bro, I'm going to PC. I'm done with this bullshit. The doxing, the DDoSing, and all that. Yo, I was done. I was done. That shit's collecting dust over there.
And now they are staring down a lawsuit north of $450 million over exactly this. No discs or resale market or alternative to their storefront, just Sony alone deciding what a game should cost and how long you get to play it for. So the plan right now for them seems to be say nothing, let people crash out, and silently hope that
Rockstar reportedly told Sony to remove GTA 6 branding from the PlayStation app after the disc controversy got too hot. Can you guess what sort of AI picture that I've been putting? Hold on. I'll show you. Let me make sure I'm not showing titties on the screen. I'll show you. You will not own GTA 6. I put it everywhere. Every single PlayStation thing I say, you're not going to own this game. You're not going to own this thing. I'm not even going to tell people to stop buying stuff which you're not buying. I'm not even going to tell people what to do. I'm just going to let them know the truth. You're not going to own GTA 6. There is no disc. There is no ownership. And then I see this and I'm just like,
GTA 6 fixes everything. Black Ops 1 and 2 ports dropped and immediately shot to the top of the PlayStation charts. Everyone was so excited, and then everyone found out that they had shipped the entire 2012 experience all over again, including the hackers. A decade of old problems came right back along with the new games, and Activision ended up having to pull a whole playlist down. Thankfully, they did fix it though, which means the 3-act story is now complete. Old COD humiliates new COD, old COD immediately breaks, and Activision somehow swoops in to save the day. Meanwhile, Black Ops 7 is still just sitting over there in the corner.
Fuck that game.
Over in the world of movies, Moana and Supergirl are currently locked in a battle for which summer blockbuster gets to lose the most money. And it is looking pretty neck and neck for now, so congrats to both. Then, of course, there is the Black Flag remake.
I'm sorry, but what makes you think that she was going to be a good Supergirl? First of all, Moana should have never existed. Get rid of that shit. Second of all, what made you think that that lady should be Supergirl? She doesn't look anything like Supergirl. I'm sorry. She's mid. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. She's mid. That lady up in CW that played as Supergirl, you couldn't hire her? No, this is James Gunn. This is James Gunn, okay? This is the same guy that lets his wife get fucked by Peacekeeper, okay? So it's like, so we're not gonna get like and I know a lot of people are gonna be like, whoa, bro, actually, she's kind of like an 8. No, she's not, okay? She's like a 6. I'll give you a 6. But I'm sorry. If you gave us an attractive character that actually had a little bit of morals and patriotism, then we could work with something. But no. Also, she's fucking British. Why the fuck are you giving us a British woman? This is Superman's American. Where's that bring back the CW lady.
Neck and neck for now, so congrats to both. Then, of course, there is the Black Flag remake, and even though I loved the original game, I am personally not quite ready to give Ubisoft my money. But credit where credit is due. They sold 2 million copies in a single day with no players engaged wording to be found anywhere.
Ubisoft is in the negatives with their stock, and then they make one remake and they're still in the negatives. Go ahead, make another remake. Go ahead. Since you got no more ideas. Every single person every single developer that makes a remake is out of ideas. That includes you, Capcom.
And became the very first Assassin's Creed game ever to break 100,000 concurrent players on Steam. They also dropped essentially what is a battle pass.
Also, another thing for those people that say, I want a remake of an old game, you don't want that. You do when the developers actually have the right set in mind of the remake of like, perfect example, Dragon Age Origins. Do you want BioWare to make a remake of Dragon Age Origins right now? I don't think so.
Into it, along with $85 worth of DLC, which has reportedly already made $1 million on top of the game sales. People have also been sharing clips.
A drop in them, but that's nothing. That's not. Ubisoft owes a lot of money. That's nothing.
Of how beautiful the game looks, and somebody decided that included a close-up of a female NPC's feet, which currently has tens of thousands.
Bro. Okay. All right. First of all, I respect the gooning, okay? I am also a connoisseur of the feet, but what do I say? Because I know I'm a feet person. What do I didn't even see this coming. What I feel like I'm called out, but I just listen. I just think that the Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the original game, has better feet than the resynced one. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say.
Of likes on it. Speaking of female NPCs, on top of toning down some of the female character design.
And that's what I fucking mean. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody's like, yo, check out these feet. And I'm like, who's attached to those feet? Who's attached to those feet? That's why I was just like, bro, we're gooning over feet. Who's attached to those feet, bro? This shit right here. I'm over here just like, yo, feet. And then I'm like, oh, that's right. It's Ubisoft. Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
They also censored the figurehead on a boat. Keep in mind, this is an M-rated game. You spend the entire time slitting throats, blowing up ships full of human beings, but somebody had to sit in a meeting and spend time and spend money making sure that the wooden lady up front got a bra. This next one has been on my mind for a while. So Love in Deep Space, for anyone unfamiliar, is an enormous Otome gacha game, over 80 million downloads, and to be very clear, it is a girl gooner game. And last month, they announced a sixth love interest named Valko, who is a
and more power to him.
werewolf tech CEO. But it got backlash because a chunk of the player base was mad that a brand new character was pulling resources from the team when the 5 guys already in the game are apparently starving for more content. And then it escalated. There were reportedly real-world protests, and allegedly someone put poop inside of the company's lockers.
What is... Love in Deep Space is in a major trouble. Millions of players have unfollowed them across social media. Millions of negative comments have been left. Chinese players have also sent cow dung, funeral schisms, cursed banners, and... Bro. What did I tell you about women? What did I tell you about women? You know who's more dangerous than women? People that pretend they're women. Those are men, by the way. Anyway, also gay people, and also, believe it or not, gooner women. Gooner women are more dangerous than fucking gooner men. I'm sorry, because as soon as you mess up a little bit of their gooning, they start throwing cow dung at you and put cursed banners. Bro.
Real world apparently started the character.
I want to know why. I want to know why.
Named Valko, who
There's like entry love in first space with a new werewolf love interest named Valko and
Who is a werewolf tech CEO.
Okay, so they like him.
But it got backlash because
Love turns to hate as Love and D-Space Maker in Fold games forced to delete new boy. Why forced? Valko's going to back into the vault and won't ever return. So you took away the female's gooning material. You're playing a dangerous game. You're playing a dangerous game. What did we do as men when they made the characters ugly? We didn't throw cow poop. Oh shit, they made all the characters ugly in Marvel and fucking you know, DCU. Man, I'm gonna make a tweet about it. Meanwhile, the females get their gooning taken away. Then they fucking start doing curse signals and shit and throwing cow dung at their fucking studio. And I'm over here just like, how the fuck did you find the studio? I guess it's easy to find, I guess, but wow, bro. Bro, they made the character ugly in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That sucks, bro. Meanwhile, they take away one furry gentleman in a fucking Chinese gacha game. And these ladies don't even have conversations. They already know what to do. They got the cow dung ready. They have already decided. They probably had conversations online and unfollowed them, but that quickly ended with them grabbing their shit, their pitchforks, and going like, now we gotta do something about it. This is why we need women on our side, okay? There are moments where I hate women, but there are moments where I'm just like, well, let's be honest, we need women on our side because they're fucking. I'm not saying they're stronger. I'm just saying that they ruination, okay? All right, you got to be careful.
A chunk of the player base was mad that a brand new character was pulling resources from the team when the 5 guys already in the game are apparently starving for more content. And then it escalated. There were reportedly real-world protests, and allegedly someone put poop inside of the company's lockers. So Paper Games just canceled him completely, even though he was fully ready to go, fully voice acted, cinematics finished, and then the other half of the fan base lost it, and the petition to bring Valko back cleared 300,000 signatures.
Bro, so you mean to tell me that you have so much? Okay. Think of how much power we can have to bring our country back if we just have these gooning ass women on our side. The next president, I want him to be the most handsome fucking dude ever. And then I want Zoran Mamdani to push the handsome man or to tell the handsome man to fuck off. Then all the gooning women will be like, where are those Muslims at? I'm just saying, we just need to level with me here. I'm just saying, we could navigate these women to our following, okay? We just need to outgoon them. Because right now the ladies are just like, whatever, old man being a president. But if we bring in one of these handsome dudes as the president, we don't even... Then they're just like, what do you need? What do you need? It's like, well, we want to get rid of all the illegals. Done. I saw Don Julio, Juan, Juarez, Rodriguez, all these motherfuckers working on this roof next door. Come pick them up. I knew they were illegals the whole time. Come pick them up. Come on. That's all we need.
In about 4 days. For scale, the biggest petition against Sony ending physical media was about
we need sane non-fatherless women. That would be great.
200,000 the last time I checked, so it just goes to show, never underestimate the power of gooners. Which brings me to Fortnite. yet again, whose summer collab with DC Comics just added bikini skins and tiny Batman swim shorts. The Marvel Rivals approach, I see. It looks like they have finally remembered that they are rated T for teen. But moving on from all of that,
That's good.
I have watched Bethesda utterly.
I want to say something about Fortnite. Good job. I don't like Fortnite, but good job. That's just how it's. I don't want to play the game, but for them to do that with the Fortnite characters and to add jiggle physics and all that stuff, because they know the climate, they know what's up. That's a good thing. I will take that win because now other people will see that and be like, oh shit, we got to do the same thing. We need that.
Crash out in headlines this whole past week, and I just cannot believe how much they keep digging themselves into a hole. It has been a whole saga at this point, but with all of the restructuring happening over at Xbox, Bethesda devs have now come out to say that the Elder Scrolls 6 could be getting delayed. You know, the same game that was announced 8 years ago. And the reason that they are giving is the recent layoffs. They have fewer people now, legacy knowledge is walking out of the door, and their proprietary engine, which if we are being honest, mostly runs on vibes, is going to be pretty challenging.
True. So fucking based. True. It does run on vibes.
For newer contractors and devs to work with. And while I'm not denying that this is true, and I'm sure that there have unfortunately been some long-term, really talented people swept up in all of this, this game was announced 8 years ago.
Yep.
Skyrim released 15 years ago. If a wave of cuts right now is what is delaying this game, what exactly has been happening for the past decade?
We will have this conversation in just a second, but I will tell you right now what's happening. Todd Howard and his team have become the very thing that they hate. They do not like the idea that there is going to be a New Vegas 2 and that they're going to help Obsidian work on it. They do not like this whole idea that what they want to do is what they want to do. And in a way, I can kind of respect it, but it's not what you can only dive so much into your own art until you realize that you're a product. You're art, but you're a product. And this product must be sold to a customer. That is you guys. And so you need to make sure that that product is something that the customer wants. So what Todd Howard wanted to do ever since, I don't know, the armor from Oblivion, and then he did the Fallout vault thing on the mobile website, on the mobile phone. He also did Fallout 76. So this guy is lavishing. He has seen the dollar signs, and that's all he can think about. Then he did Starfield, and he tried to go back to basics and realize, oh shit, I need to make, you know, an actual video game. And then people were like, oh shit, well, finally we got something out of Bethesda. Turns out we played it, we didn't like it. The game was stale, the game was fucking dry as I don't know what. And so now they're in this predicament where they just want to line their pockets with people that still play Fallout 76, that dry ass game that means nothing. People are still playing Skyrim games with mods on. And so the idea that people aren't thinking of Elder Scrolls 6 anymore. They're just not. They just don't see it coming anywhere. And what by the way, the whole idea that they were going to work on Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the remake, well, they didn't work on it. They didn't want to work on it. They let somebody else do it because they were busy with Starfield. Their team is so fucking slow and dull and filled with people that are sitting on their fat ass comfortable. They are feeding off of you guys and are just like, so let's make another power armor color skin and make the price be $18. Like, that's their whole line. Like, they were probably ready for... No, I don't think they were ready for... I don't think they were going to work on another Starfield expansion. I don't think they were. I honestly think that the team was working on... They were not working on Elder Scrolls. Because the thing said, oh shit, we're working on Elder Scrolls 6. Bitch, you're late. So Asha Sharma came up and said, listen, we're going to work on Fallout. The whole, you should have never brought out this thing back in 2018 with that teaser fake trailer. So you're going to work on these Fallout games that people have been working on. And so that's where they're at right now.
Since Skyrim, outside of ESO and Fallout 76, Bethesda has developed Fallout 4 and Starfield, just 2 single-player launches in 15 years, one of which was supposed to be the very big Xbox console seller and was not. But it turns out that somebody above Bethesda has also been asking these same questions ever since she took over, and her name is Asha Sharma. Asha took over for Phil Spencer back in
Hold on. Okay, we're done.
February, and among other changes, she has made it very clear that she is done waiting on Bethesda's big games. I mean, somehow we have gotten 2 full seasons of a live-action Fallout show, while the studio that owns Fallout hasn't shipped a new mainline game in over a decade. So reportedly, Asha went over to Obsidian, the New Vegas people, canceled the Avowed sequel they were working on, thank goodness, cut about a quarter of the studio and pointed everything that is left at a brand new Fallout game. The whole situation is kind of like when your mom would ask you to take the trash out and then ask you again a day later, and then wait a truly generous—
That is a perfect analogy for what she's doing. It's like, you're gonna work on the new Fallout, you're gonna work on Fallout New Vegas, the remake. I don't want it. You're gonna work on it. You're gonna work on it, or I'll beat that ass. You're also gonna work on Fallout New Vegas 2 with Obsidian. I don't like Obsidian. I don't like it. I'll get that belt. I'll get that belt. He's like, but we were gonna work on Fallout. We were gonna work on Elder Scrolls 6. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. You were working on Starfield. Stop. Stop lying. Stop lying.
amount of time while you sit there doing absolutely nothing about it, until she finally walks over, picks up the bag herself, obviously not happy, and goes, fine, I'll do it myself. Now, having your own IP pulled out from underneath you is a pretty extreme thing to have happen, but it doesn't happen out of nowhere. Like we talked about in my last video, Asha explained in her memo that in a typical year, Xbox has been losing 64 cents on every dollar that they have put into their—
Do not come up to me. Do not come up to any of these people with this bullshit like we need these fucking people within the gaming industry. If your games were good, you wouldn't be losing 64 cents to the dollar. So that means literally when you're spending money and you're not making money. Sometimes people say you need to spend money to make money. Not these motherfuckers, not Microsoft. So Asha Sharma realized that I need something that wins. I need something that wins. I need to repeat myself. I need something that wins. And so here's what's going to happen before these games come out. Asha Sharma is going to look at this right now. It's audit time. You know what an audit is? Audit time is basically them making sure that shit is working and shit is at 100%. So there's not going to be no like, oh man, make the game. And Phil Spencer did this thing where he was like, oh, I just let them make the game that they want. Not this lady. I still got problems with Asha Sharma, but she's right. There's no time for error right now. This isn't some, ooh, you can make whatever you want. Ooh. No, that's not what we're doing.
studios, the sizes of the studios grew exponentially while the player base and the
Spend
sales
money,
went
lose
down.
money.
So she has decided to flatten the whole thing out, taking as many as 14 layers of management. Yes, 14 across some of these studios down to 5, maybe even 3, with a big refocus on games that actually bring in players and drive revenue, which, as you can probably guess, has not gone over well with some of the devs. There are organized protests from the Bethesda union members happening this week.
They'll be all right.
There was a memorial in the Bethesda lobby.
Hey, hats off to those guys. They're not wearing masks.
Framed photos, notes, and flowers. I will be honest with you, when I first saw the pictures, I actually thought it was a memorial for devs who had, like, passed away.
We
it
all
wasn't.
did.
And then I learned HR made them take it down almost immediately because it was deemed inappropriate for a common area.
No
But it didn't stop
way.
there. The Bethesda union took to the one place where they knew that their call to arms would be heard: Blue Sky, where the players are. Sorry, where the people
What is she gonna say?
who post about the players are. The same players Bethesda has ignored for over a decade, asking fans to call Microsoft on their behalf, and the reason that we are supposed to give Microsoft
Bethesda union calls for fans to voice their concerns regarding the recent Xbox job. I regret to inform you that most of those players are not online, and the ones that are online really don't give a fuck about you. Just make a good game, and we can. Hey, and they show a picture at the they show a picture at the bottom of the very problem that gamers have. Hey guys, let them know that we don't bring these people back. Stop the layoffs. And I'm like, well, let's see what what you guys have been working on. Oh, power armor skins. Yeah, we're gonna need another extra layer of layoffs.
Soft for leaving Bethesda alone and letting them go back to doing who knows what is the concept of Elder Scrolls 6, which probably right now is looking a little something like this.
Oh god, I can't look.
A white
I thought I escaped.
Which probably right now is looking a little something like this.
Oh god, I can't look.
a white skeleton. I guess deep down, we're all white in a way.
Don't say that.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
But if you think that is ridiculous, those same union members went to our beloved gaming journalists to make sure we all know that they will not be
There should never be a Bethesda union. Done.
silent about any of this, saying we need to show management right now that we mean business. So they will
Did you mean business while you were hired? Okay.
probably take care of our fellow coworkers and think twice before ever
Every time when I see that modern audience Skyrim video, I lose my goddamn mind.
attempting something like this again. And yes, that does kind of sound like the type of threat I would see from a Discord mod before getting banned because of my tone. Now, as a reminder, Microsoft has been losing 64 cents on every dollar. Fallout 76 launched the way Fallout 76 launched. Starfield was not the console seller that they had wanted.
Keep in mind, though, I want everybody to keep in mind, do you think that Todd Howard, Bethesda, Obsidian, all these fucking developers that are fat on their ass eating fast food, do you think any of these developers care that they were losing 64 cents to the dollar? No, they didn't care. They're not even talking about it. It would be one thing for a developer to say like, hey, hire me back and I'll make sure that we could properly serve the community. We slouched on the game, but I guarantee you put me back in, coach, we can bring players back. We're not getting that. What we are getting is people saying, bring us back or we mean business. And I'm like, nigga, you ain't gonna pick up no cow dung. You ain't no Chinese bitch. Those ladies are fucking crazy over there. You ain't no Chinese bitch. You're just some fat fucking white woman with fucking green hair. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Walk around the studio with a sign and then take a break and then go to sleep.
It has been 15 years since the last Elder Scrolls, and because they have now sat on it for so long, their own IP is being handed off to a sister studio because their new mom does not trust them to get
Xbox RPG studio Obsidian is making a new Fallout game with Bethesda. Oh yeah, Obsidian. Okay. Yeah,
the job done anymore. And the demand Bethesda is making to management after all of that is to think twice. I don't know. I feel like Bethesda thinks we are really dumb, and I am not just...
Yes. What did Starfield say when we told them, hey man, this game sucks? We set it up on Steam. We were just like, this game sucks. It's buggy here. It's buggy there. It's just, it feels like slop. And then they had some community manager up on Steam saying, actually, this is the best game ever. You have yourself a nice day. Just and the people in the forums on Steam are just like, the fuck was that about? No, I'm serious. They literally had somebody that worked at Bethesda going on Steam saying, actually, this is one of our best games ever. You have a good day now. And I'm like, wow.
Saying this to defend Microsoft, the billion-dollar company, but acting like consequences showing up now for 10 to 15 years of poor management, decision-making, and twiddling your thumbs on your most popular IPs are somehow completely coming out of nowhere is crazy to me. What?
Bethesda Studio... I'll say this now and I'll say it later when I do a video about Bethesda after this. Bethesda Studios and Obsidian Studios is the perfect example of a grown-ass fat man living with his old parents and their old parents saying, hey, you need to get out, get a job, and go live for yourself. And he's just like, I already told you I can't get hired. Bro, God. Bro, I already tried. Jeez. We already had this discussion, all right? Jeez. And the old man is just like, you're going to get out of this house. Like, don't touch me, Dad. Don't touch me. I know karate. That's basically what this is.
Is funny is I've always thought of Bethesda as just a really slow studio. Yes, Skyrim, like many of their games, launched full of bugs, but it was just such a generational experience that you could look past it, and it is still one of my favorite games of all time. But 15 years in between sequels does not make you a slow company. 15 years in between sequels and 15 years...
Say it. Say it, girl. Say it. Say it.
...of nobody ever telling you no apparently makes you insanely comfortable.
That's my girl right there. That's my girl. That's my girl right there. That's my girl. Yo, that's my girl. She knows. Get back to work.
Enough to be bought for $7.5 billion, largely for the games that you won't make, and then act shocked when you lose one of those IPs that you have sat on for a decade.
How much?
You won't make.
And then act shocked when you... Bro, 7.5 billion and you are raking in zero? Okay. Okay, this was back in 2020.
Lose one of those IPs that you have sat on for a decade. The worst year ever. Comfortable enough that management asking you to do your job is the part you take to the press, and comfortable enough to look at the consequences of your own studio's actions for the past decade and ask the players you have ignored to please go make it stop. It is obvious that Bethesda has just been sitting pretty, doing whatever it is that they want, but now, as it always does, the bill has come due, and their response to all of this pressure has been very telling, which brings me to another studio under a huge amount of pressure that has taken a much more humble approach, and that would be Pocket Pair, because at the exact same time we have been watching all of this Bethesda news play out, we have been watching Palworld fight and climb right back to the top while spending the last 2 years being sued and harassed by Nintendo and Game Freak the whole way through. So let's talk about what they did. Palworld hit 1.0 on July 10th after 2 years in early access. Back during 2024, they hit 2.1 million concurrent players, the third highest number any game has ever pulled on Steam. And then after 1.0 went live, the count.
Palworld is the perfect example of what a video game is. Much like I think I want to make a video about games that are way too cinematic and way too movie-like. I'll make a video about it later, because Palworld is a perfect example of what a video game should be. And there's, of course, RPG games that we like that are still video games in its truest form. But like God of War Laufey, God of War Ragnarok, I'm just like, yo, what? I'm playing a video game. What are we doing? What are we doing? Calm down. But Palworld is a perfect example of creative freedom and like having fun. It's like good on them. Good on them.
Spiked all over again and peaked at almost 860,000 concurrent players, making them one of the 15 biggest launches in the history of the platform. For the second time. At this point, they really are only competing with themselves. But even though those numbers are super exciting, that is not the part that I love the most.
I want you to guys to know something. If you win a lawsuit against Nintendo, you're essentially God. Palworld has like 2% dialogue and the rest is gameplay. Exactly. They're just, you wake up, you go out there, you collect pals. I think you talk to an old man and he says, "Oh, there's bad guys over there. Go check it out." That's it. That's it.
Because for over 2 years, Palworld's Steam page had that little warning on it saying that the price may increase at or closer to the official release, which is pretty standard for early access, and Pocket Pair had every excuse in the world to raise it. They had more or less doubled the size of the game. The 1.0 patch notes alone ran 27 pages long. There are 72 new pals, a new world region, a combat overhaul. They have spent the last 2 years working so hard to earn people's trust, and I don't think anyone would have been angry about a $40 Palworld, but instead of raising the price, they discounted it at launch and posted this. After much thought, we have decided not to raise the price of Palworld following the 1.0 release, and we'll keep it at $29.99. We are incredibly proud of how far Palworld has come. Thanks to the amazing support of our players, it has become a success beyond our wildest.
Okay, I think this is great, but I'm gonna say a little thing, okay? I'm gonna say one thing, okay? Well, let me try to say it in the best dialogue as I can. Bro, look what I just did. What did you do? I helped you save money. And I'm like, "Oh, thanks, bro. Don't see how good I am? I helped you save money." And I'm like, "Thanks, appreciate it." It's still good. Okay, this is still a good thing. But it still comes off as a little bit like, "Bro, can't you see the thing that I did for you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I see it." And I'm like, just a little bit.
Streams. John Buckley, their head of publishing, even mentioned that while you don't need to wipe your data because they want to respect the time and effort you put in.
I didn't increase the price. Aren't you happy for me?
Because so much has changed that you would just have a better time starting fresh, which is exactly what I ended up doing. And it has already been a much smoother experience than what I remember, but also no more T-posing when I load in. So that's a little sad.
When I first played the early access, I kept on sinking inside of the damn mountains. Yeah, it's a lot better.
So after 40 million players, a lawsuit from the godfather of the industry, after becoming one of the biggest launches on the Steam platform twice over, the takeaway from the Pokemon with Guns people is still nothing but immense gratitude, and we can't believe we get to do this. And I don't think the success and their response to all of this is just because they are nice, even though I'm sure that they are. I think it is because they know that the audience doesn't owe them anything. The industry as a whole doesn't owe them anything. They could have gotten angry about Nintendo.
Yeah, they made it more accessible compared to the $70 new Pokemon game. So true. So true. What's their next Pokemon game? Pearl, Sapphire, Z, Lavender. What's the Welcome to Pokemon? I don't know, man. Every single Pokemon game seems like a fucking passcode. It's just Z, yellow, B, red, blue. Oh my god.
And let everyone know prices would be raised in order to combat legal bills, and some people probably would have understood that. Or they could have just stopped working on the game, kept the early access money, and let that be the ending of everything, which happens all the
I feel like we're about to awaken a winter soldier every time when we make these fucking Pokemon games, bro. It's like, oh man, Pokemon Wind, Waves, Truck, Fire, Sand, Pokemon Z, B. It's like Officer Marston reporting for duty, and I'm like, oh my god, bro.
time from studios who never had anything close to this kind of excuse, but instead they finished it at the same price and then thanked us all for showing up. Not surprisingly, this whole approach has been a huge success, even despite the lawsuit, which, speaking of,
girl, I know you're not on that island with low armor and starter gear on. You need to up your armor. You have a level 7 T-Fit. What did you get in? Okay, all right, you need to get out of there.
Nintendo and Game Freak have pretty much all but lost at this point, with analysts now pointing Nintendo's odds against any current version of Palworld pretty much at zero, and maximum damages of around $30,000, which is obviously...
Yeah, apparently they're gonna pay around 30. Bro, that's such a spit in the face. It's just like they're looking through all their Palworld money and they're just like, here's 30K. Keep the change. Just throw it at Nintendo. Here you go.
Chump change for old Ninty.
If I was Nintendo, I wouldn't take that 30K. I'll be honest. If you take that 30K, you're a bitch. If you take that 30K, you might as well swallow pocket pears cum. I'm just saying, bro. If you lost this much and all you're getting is 30K because what they really wanted is complete domination, but a grand deal of maybe hundreds of millions of dollars or something like that, they would love that. Also to stomp pocket pear down. But 30K to Nintendo? Just say like, all right, you won. Handshake. No need for the 30K. Bro, you take that 30K. I'm sorry, bro. Bro, that's like that. You know, bro, you know what that's like? It's like meeting a woman for sex, and she already got done in by a guy right before you came in, and some guy walks in, and it's just like, hey man, it's like, I warmed her up for you, man. Don't do it. Don't take it. Don't do it. He's like, this girl's been running like a train. She's got a line. This is some Bonnie Blue shit. Do not take that money.
The court technically still hears evidence in October, but they are probably going to lose big. So while Nintendo is out there shaking their fist like the Arthur meme, watching everyone go crazy for the game that they tried to sue out of existence, Palworld is over here printing money, thanking their fans, and having a blast, completely unbothered. So if the past couple of weeks have shown us anything, it is that some studios buckle under pressure and blame everyone else, some ignore it completely, along with their fans, but then some every once in a while thrive in it and find a huge amount of success. And I think that a lot of it comes down to whether they thrive in it and find a huge amount of success. And I think that a lot of it comes
No. No.
Comes down to whether they still believe they have to earn their players or they think that they are just entitled to them and their money. Bethesda has had over a decade and a blank check, and when the bill finally showed up, the answer was that there will be a further delay, a press cycle about how hard everything is, and a blue sky post asking players to call Daddy Microsoft and defend them, using the game that they have been sitting on for 15 years as the reason. Come on now, guys. Ubisoft's answer to this pressure was to go back to basics with Black Flag, which has actually seen a lot of success, but you know, they had to Ubisoft it up by selling you a ton of optional microtransactions and a figurehead with a bra on it. Sony's answer to all of their backlash has been to say nothing, while the executives cash out and their customers walk away. And Nintendo's answer to pressure was not to respond with healthy competition, but to go to court over the concept of catching a creature. In all of these examples, none of these companies are really trying to earn our business or our loyalty.
No.
They are really not trying to do right
Live
by us.
service
They are
slop
just
all
so
over
confident
PlayStation.
that the money is still going to show up because it always has. But it does kind of seem like times are changing, and at the same time, some are starting to wake up and change their ways. Xbox is at least trying to course correct and make up for years of bad decisions, but with all of this, with how the AAA industry has been acting for so long, we've got to remember, none of these studios are owed our money or our decades-long patience just because they used to make games that we loved. We are well past that. Even Rockstar, with their solid track record, is not owed an $80 or $100 pre-order,
A license to the game,
when they have
by the
shown
way.
zero gameplay and refuse to give players who want one a physical copy. I mean, it'll be almost a decade.
We are seeing more DLCs from GTA 6 than we are seeing gameplay. Let that sink in.
Since Red Dead 2, how do you think that their studio and the people who have worked there have changed in the last 8 years? Something to think about. And it's not like I'm asking for any of these studios to be perfect or to never have a miss or to just hand us everything for free. I just want them to value us, their customers, the people who pay for their products, and to hold themselves to a standard that doesn't allow for a 15-year gap on a game, blowing millions of dollars and asking us to go call their parents on their behalf. And Palworld is a great example, a indie studio that has spent the last 2 years battling it out for the right for their game to even exist, let alone even earning a player base. They could have charged more and chose not to. They could have gotten bitter and blamed everyone but themselves, but instead, they are just unbelievably grateful for their customers, for the position that they're in, and that respect and gratitude is absolutely paying off. All right.
And they are making a farming Palworld game, and they're also making a Palworld dating game. And I just got one question. You're making the pals date other pals, right? Please, please. There's pals dating pals, right? Because it would make sense that in a pal dating game, the pals are dating. Please, please, bro. Please.
If you made it to the end of this video, but thank you so much for being here. Have you tried out Palworld 1.0? If so, what are all your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below. It has been so much fun starting a fresh account. As you can probably tell, I needed to talk about it with someone who isn't bound by marriage to listen. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wait.
Isn't bound. Much fun is starting a fresh account. As you can probably tell, I needed to talk about it with someone who isn't bound by marriage to listen. Thanks again for being here.
She's basically saying that her husband has been bombarded with conversations on the gaming industry, and he's just there like, yes, honey. Yes, honey. Oh, physical copies? Yeah, physical discs? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh yeah. Sony, yeah, they're insider trading. That's great. Yeah, I'm listening. No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you. I don't know why you got the fucking 1911 out. I don't know why you got the Beretta out, but I'm listening. Anyway, yeah, what did you say? The Ubisoft making remakes. That's what you said. Yeah. I remember. I remember. I am a good boy. Anyway, that's a background NPC. Good video. I made it a lot longer than it should have been, but hey, we're just having fun here. Anyway, I'm gonna end it on that one. Thanks for joining me. Oh my gosh, bro, we still got lots of stuff to talk about. We got lots of stuff to talk about. Did they add pal dating, by the way? I thought it was still forced breeding. It's breeding. The Pal World dating game is coming way later. Like a separate game. Yeah, it's a separate game. So, does everybody know who Andy Serkis is? Andy Serkis is the person who plays as Gollum in Lord of the Rings, and he's working on a Gollum movie. And I'm over here just like, why? There are some things where I'm just like, you don't need to do that. You honestly don't need, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, you should leave Lord of the Rings alone to have people interpret within their minds. If you keep on doing these Lord of the Rings, like, ooh, what did they do over here? Or what happened between this timeline? Well, it's just like, bro, you're taking away the mysticism of what makes the lore of Lord of the Rings great. Are you going to subvert the text, or what are you going to do? But this is Kotaku. We're not talking about that. Let's see what they're going to talk about. I bet it's going to be about white people. Let's go check out. I like how they chose this one. Make Animal Farm fiction again. Anyway, moving it on. Actor-director Andy Serkis, famously the motion capture artist and voice behind Gollum, is the original Lord of the Rings film trilogy. Always seemed like a fine dude. I don't know why you would say that. He seems like a fine dude now. Listen, just because somebody might make a bad movie like Animal Farm doesn't make them less of a person. It's like, so their politics are different than yours. Suck it the fuck up. This is why they always like to use the word ally, and I fucking hate that shit. I hate that shit. Nobody has to be an ally to me. Nobody has to agree with my politics. But these motherfuckers in Kotaku believe that you have to be on our side. You have to be an ally or you're an enemy. So, yeah, fuck that shit. Let's continue on. And he has done a lot of charity work in his life. I'm not clicking that dumb shit. Yeah, in the last few years, he's seen charity work. What the fuck does that even mean? Just like, it's like, oh, you're on our side. You gave us a good, a sum of, you know what? I'm gonna click it. What's the charity work? Okay. To be fair, it's just fine. Reading the entire Hobbit novel cover to cover in an 11-hour sitting, inhabiting each character as only he can, okay, this is fine. I don't know why they brought up this. What's the charity work? Raised for donations. What's this charity going towards? I just want to know. Given permission to release okay. All donations will be split equally between NHS charities together and Best Beginnings, for which Andy has been an ambassador for 6 years. What is NHS charities? What is that? I'm afraid to find out. national independent charity caring for the NHS, representing a network of 230 NHS charities across the UK. It provides grants, practical support for staff, and community health initiatives. You can make single or monthly donations. What does it do? So what does it do? So it should offer. Okay, so it's a network of 230 charitable organizations. This is what happens when they want to confuse you. So they mesh all of the charities together, so that way it's a little bit harder for you to find out exactly what they are. Core initiatives, workforce well-being, partners with NHS England to fund initiatives that provide practical and emotional support to NHS staff and volunteers. What does that even fucking mean? Community health investor. Is this just more NGO bullshit? Community health invests in grassroots projects focusing on mental health, loneliness, and basic life-saving skills like CPR. You need money to understand life-saving skills like CPR? Innovation in greener spaces funds programs like greener communities and helps hospitals drive medical innovations and improve patient environments. Yeah, what about the rest of the UK? You gonna talk about that? How about the raping in the UK? You gonna work on that? Okay. What's the other one? I'm curious about the other one. Best beginnings? What the fuck is that? I'm curious. Let's figure out. Portable child care. I don't know. New neural connections form in a child's brain every single second during the 3 years of his life. Huh? Can refer to a variety of early childhood education and health programs depending on your region. If you are Hampton Roads. Clarify, are you looking for local child care providers in your area? I mean, I'm all for taking care of children. What's wrong with that? That's good. To develop curiosity, to explore, experiment with resources, to have individual what? You gotta be more specific. You can't talk like this. Values your child at a place that is healthy, safe, educational, and fun, where learning could... This is another NGO. This is just more stuff to just... This is more money bullshit. It's like, hey man, would you like to do more school stuff in your school? Well, here's Best Beginnings. And I'm like, there's already children doing all this stuff. As it's a foundation to use it. What's considered appropriate practices? There's a variety of instructional approaches to achieve educational goals through... okay, so this is for retarded children. Okay, got it. Through child-oriented units like community helpers, bears, insects, 5 senses. Okay. Provide many positive experiences for our students. What is considered positive? Enjoy the accomplishments and develop a self-conscious that is necessary to open the door to learning. The goal that this is all bullshit. We have this is from a parent. We had mixed emotions about leaving the Best Beginnings for a kindergarten. While we are excited for the next step, we'll miss this great preschool. I can't tell you how much they love school and their teachers. Thank you for sharing. Well, that's great. Okay, all right, that's cool. That's fine. Okay, from what I've seen, that's fine. Okay. British nationalized healthcare system. I don't know if I can trust that. You have no... So you have no idea what it goes... Rings of Powers, remember that? Allies is something used in geopolitics. These people are diluted in referring to people as allies. True, it is, it is. It is. The words in this whole thing are too. What we do is we help your children develop a positive environment. And I'm like, I don't trust these words. I don't trust these words. Yeah, in the last few years, he seemingly turned into an anti-cancel culture. What's wrong with the anti-cancel culture? What's wrong with that? Are you ready to this is Kotaku. Of course they love cancel culture. Fuck you, by the way. AI apologizing doofus who recently responded to criticism about his upcoming Lord of the Rings movie having an all-white cast for saying he isn't concerned about politically correct casting. Good on him. Also, fuck you, Kotaku, for being a racist piece of shit. Okay, I like to have racist jokes here and there, but I also like it when Lord of the Rings is correctly displayed. Okay, so go fuck yourself, and let's read some more. In an interview with the BBC, here we go. Serkis was asked about the controversy surrounding his upcoming Lord of the Rings The Hunt for Gollum film and its very, very white cast. We weren't worried about the white cast. You were worried about the white cast. Nobody... This is it's like, oh man, so many people are worried about it. Who's worried about it? Oh, us. Fuck you. And this is the BBC we're talking about. Come on now. Come on now. The BBC should be shut down. People have criticized the original Peter Jackson directed films for similar reason. It doesn't matter. Everything has criticism. So what? Who cares? Some were surprised to see such a white cast for the new movie. Who? They're not going to tell you. Serkis is aware of the criticism of the past films and his new project, but seemed oddly ignorant about it all. Good. Yes, there have been criticisms, said Serkis. This particular film is somewhat acknowledging that, but I don't think we will be doing a politically correct just casting for the sake of casting and tick boxes version of the film. So it's where relevant, basically. Your Animal Farm movie sucked. Good on you for standing on business. Good on you. He also suggested that the Hobbit's home, the Shire, feels very, very white, and added they're not very concerned about what goes on beyond the borders of the Shire, but they know they don't want people coming in. Those are my hobbits. Those are my kind of hobbits. Borders at the Shire? No way. This is an especially odd thing to say considering some of the people of color cast in the... Bro, do not bring up the Rings of Power at all. Dude, but what about that Amazon Rings of Power game movie? And I'm like, you mean the thing that was literally made not too long ago? That was made by Amazon to check boxes? How long are these weird fucking leftist gated community fat retards gonna keep on using Asian and white people and being racist to their own kind? It fucking sickens me. It's fucking disgusting. How long are you gonna keep on doing that? Huh? Has it ever occurred to you that I would like it if there was a new IP, a new film that was displayed in a certain way that actually could be uplifting to maybe black people, maybe all Asian people, maybe all white people, as long as the people that are watching the film are having fun and enjoying themselves. If you want to make an all-black... no, who complained about the all-black cast at Wakanda? Nobody did. Nobody did. Who's complaining about the Odyssey having a mixed cast of Greek people? Everybody. Exactly. There we go. These are problems made for leftist freaks. It's based on North Macedonia. Allies are two countries on the same side. Some random guy with the same politics as me isn't automatically an ally. It's based on Norse mythology, medieval England, and Christianity. Where does diversity belong there? I only believe in diversity of outcome. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, I'm black, you're white, we need to get rid of the child pedophiles. Agreed? Agreed. That's what I fucking mean. Like, hey, I got my group of people, you got your group of people. We could be friends, we could not be friends. Let's take care of the criminals. Okay, yeah, I want to take care of the criminals as well. That's what I mean. That's the only, that diversity of thought and diversity of it's not diversity of outcome. Let me rephrase that. Diversity of thought is great. When it comes to values, when it comes to unity, that's what I'm talking about. Because unity would be like, no, let's start with the diversity of thought. Diversity of thought would be me liking fantasy, and then chat likes realistic combat, like Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2. Like, I like fantasy with magic, you guys like no fantasy and realistic combat. You like Stalker, I like Metro, you like Black Ops, I like Modern Warfare, stuff like that. You like to draw space combat, I like to draw Warhammer like combat or something like that. These, you know, coming up with different ideas, that sort of thing. When it comes to unity, we all have to agree on one thing, on a few things when it comes to values. We want to make sure the streets are safe. We want to make sure that the earth is clean. We want to make sure that the food is healthy. We also want to make sure that the children are safe. We also want to make sure that we can actually afford housing. Talking to you, BlackRock. That's the sort of shit that I'm talking about. Where everybody would agree with you that, yeah, I would love to afford a house. Are you kidding me? We all would love to afford a house. But diversity of thought is like a different thing, where it's just like, you want to make RPGs, I want to make action adventure, that sort of thing. And I actually think that's a beautiful thing too. Fuck them elves, of course. Of course. I remember who's still out there hiding the UK collective shout. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Collective shout. Let's continue this. I don't care about what they said about Rings of Power. That was the dumbest thing. So Circus using some of the same language that angry people online, how old are you? Used about Rings of Power, non-white casting seems gross. How old are you? Are you fucking 14? But in recent years, Circus has reportedly done and said stuff that has made me go, when did you turn it into a dick? What is this? What is it? What? How old are you? How old are you? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? It's like, he doesn't fucking know you. You're not his friend. I am a fan of Andy Serkis, but I am aware that I'm not his friend. What the fuck are you talking about? These people need to go to an asylum. In 2023, during a different interview, he shared his thoughts on the actors getting canceled and suggests things were getting out of hand. You can be canceled for anything now, Serkis told The Independent. Literally anything, and what I really despise is trial by media. In that same interview, Serkis 2018 comments about Scarlett Johansson planning to play a trans man before she dropped out of the project were resurfaced, and instead of sharing that, he had listened to people and learned that maybe we should try to have better representation. He doubled down on his stance. Regardless on the color of your skin, regardless of how tall you are or short you are, or what sex you are, regardless of how you identify, you should have the ability to play anything, said Serkis in an interview. Well, okay. Do you understand what he's talking about? Do you understand what he's talking about? He's referring to anything, but I'm pretty sure if Andy Serkis, you told him, hey man, can I play as Aragon? Like, can I play as Black Aragon? And then Andy Serkis would probably be like, if we were just him man to man without a camera, he'd be like, no, it would have to be, you know, the person that I know that plays Aragorn. It would have to be a white man playing as Aragorn. He would say that. If there was no camera, he would say that. He'd be like, if you made your own sort of film, your own product, you could play whoever you want. He's saying he's giving you the tools. He's basically saying, yeah, you can play with you. It's like, regardless of what your color of your skin is, because they're looking at this thing saying like, oh, so you agree with me. It's like, no, actually he's not. He has to come out and say, if you want to play as Legolas, anybody can play as Legolas. He didn't say that though. Yeah, he's not referring to things that are already defined in source material. He's referring to things that if you made something brand new, you can put whoever you want. He also another thing, Andy Serkis is much like any other voice actor, where he pretty much believes that if you can play the role, then you and they want you to play that role, then you should get that role. Not, oh, since you're black, you should have the role. I think he's more in line with merit than he is with diversity. Serkis also made it clear that he would love to play Voldemort in the upcoming HBO series. That would be so fucking cool. Joking that he would cut his nose off to play the villain. Andy Serkis as, well, he would have to lose weight because Voldemort has that sort of, you know, slim complexion. I think he would have a great voice as Voldemort. Then you have Serkis comments about generative AI. The director confirmed that some machine learning is being used to help de-age actors in the hunt for Gollum. I think that's going to look like shit, but who knows? And shared his thoughts on the Gen AI, telling Variety that he thinks of AI as a creative tool. Much like everybody else using AI. As long as it's not exploitative, and as long as it's not harming anybody or defaming anybody or telling mistruths. Like, let's say, for instance, they made Gollum look like fucking Samuel L. Jackson. Like, they don't want to defame Samuel L. Jackson by making Gollum look like Samuel L. Jackson. Like, obviously. If you're looking for reference materials, say in the old days, you get references. By the way, they are saving a lot of money by doing this. Do you know how much money it costs to do reshoots? A lot of fucking money. A lot of money. This is why movies might take so long. This is why video games might take so long. Not reshoots when it comes to... There's a different thing when it comes to making video games, but one of the things is bloat, one of the things is coding, one of the things is probably, you know, programming. But using AI as a creative tool would actually help them out to make sure the games come out more smoothly. Now, I don't want the developers to be lazy, of course, but waiting 10 to 15 years for another fucking Elder Scrolls game kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Kind of sucks. Sorry if that's too loud. Only elves can play Legolas? True. But yeah, Golem and Animal Farm, I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, Kotaku's weird. We're done. Okay. So Asmongold got himself a girlfriend. Another Asian girlfriend, by the way. I'm going to make this really short. Congratulations, Asmongold, on getting a girlfriend. Awesome. Great job. She looks just like Eevee from Stellar Blade. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. She looks very young. I'm not saying that she's a fucking child. I'm just saying that, like, hey, man, you mean to tell me the Asians with the very young complexion on their face and Asmongold keeps on going towards them? Wow, that's crazy. One of them had big tits and this one has Like, I just find it funny. I'm not even talking about his relationship. I just find it funny that like, like I've seen her. She has okay tits. The Asian girlfriend before had way bigger tits. And I'm just looking at this like, bro, never talk about Evie again. Never talk about Evie again. Never. Oh man, I think she looks like a child. Shut up. Go date another Asian girlfriend. To be fair, he went off the first frame, which is premature to make a comment on. He's like, yeah, he went off the first frame. I was just like, it's so fucking weird. I was like, and then he said the dumbest thing ever. What did he say? He said, bro, I know women because I go on Instagram. And I'm just like, why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's like, I think Asmongold can actually pull women if he actually makes a few jokes here and there. And then I think he's cordial. I think he's a nice person. He's like, but now apparently this girl found a shit stain in Asmongold's toilet. And she was like, I tried to go to your bathroom, but there was like a shit stain on your toilet and I didn't want to use it. And then he turned red in the face and covered up his face. And I'm just like, Asmongold, she's laughing about it now. And she's saying, it's like, oh, it's fine. It's like, I thought it was funny, but yeah, you got to clean that. And I'm looking at Asmongold and I'm like, Asmongold, we need to talk, bro. And I don't think I'll ever be able to talk to Asmongold. But I do got to tell people, especially Asmongold, she's laughing and giggling now. If the relationship goes beyond 3 months, that shit stain is no longer just a ha ha ha. Then it turns a, why aren't you cleaning your shit? Why is your room dirty? Why don't you take a bath? Why don't you the honeymoon phase at the beginning of a relationship is all bright and sunshine and sex everywhere. It always is. And they'll laugh about your dumb shit here and there. And then further on, then they question it. Okay, so and then I hear that he like finally cleaned his toilet. And I'm over here just saying like, bro, clean your house. Okay? Because you gotta think about these things. Like you gotta, if a shit stain is an issue, I'm fucked. Shit stains aren't that big of a... Yes, it is. Yes, it is a big deal. It's a very big deal. And yes, you are fucked. Clean your fucking house. Clean your fucking house. Don't call yourself out like that. Don't clean your house. Clean your room. Damn it, you should have never... Jeez. Yes, it is. And also, do it for your sake, not just for a woman. You know what I mean? Cleanliness is next to godliness, and that's still true to this day. But yeah, clean your stuff. And that was an embarrassing moment because that happened on his stream, and I'm just like, you know what? I want this Asian girl to be at his stream every fucking time to say stuff like, hey, I smelled something weird underneath your bed. And then Asmongold ends up cleaning his bed. And then more and more and more stuff. And I'm like, bro, you cleaned your whole fucking house just because of a girl said so. We need to bring in more Asian girls until he cleans his hair and his whole entire house. That's all you need. You need big titties in order for him to work. I don't care. I'm a chud. I clean my toilet. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Ubisoft because I find this interesting. Mahler from EFAP showed me this. Apparently somebody named Michael Does Life said This is horrible. The flag doesn't blow in the wind in the Black Flag remake until you get closer to it. We're in the 2026 and they still can't get it right. Yikes. And then an Ubisoft developer with red hair and probably a nose ring comes out. Her name is Baba Yaga, by the way. Oh boy. So this is what she says. Hey, so these liberals always fucking do this, where they're just like, hey, sweetie pie. Yeah, if you knew that, then you wouldn't know, then you're not a game developer. Oh my God. And I'm like, oh, they always do this that like, I'm so cute, even though I'm an asshole. So fucking cringe. Anyway, this is what she says. I'm going to do the best version of this lady. Hey, so Literal Dev, who was part of the Soft Bodies team on this game, since you are very clueless about how to make a game, let me tell you, it's a very complicated technology that sometimes breaks, especially when changing LODs. What you are seeing is just a bug, or at worst, a tiny error. Do you think you have room to be making errors in Ubisoft? We have made every single LODs work with the animation by hand. She's acting like we're fucking talking about AI. We have made them work with every weather, wind direction, cloth density, colliders you can't possibly imagine. And you are just bitching on one tiny problem that will probably be fixed by the coming patch. Stay out of the game making conversation. You clearly don't know anything. This is gonna get her fired. It's gonna get her fired. And she deserves it. Here's the thing though. Listen, I can understand that developers make mistakes, but here's the thing. Own those fucking mistakes. I don't really like patches to video games because it just means like you didn't fix something before the game launches. But I can understand that like you can make an accident or a mistake. I understand human error. But when you come off this condescending, holier than thou fucking bitch made activism, it makes me just not even care about Ubisoft even more, if that's even possible. What are we doing? Hold on. Loads aren't hard. Softwares literally prepare them for you if you haven't made them. And Hobo Paladin is a soon-to-be game developer, so let's let him speak. And add-ons often have buttons that exports loads. Loads or loads. I'm gonna say loads. Either they are living in the past and using software from 20 years ago, or they are making it far more complicated than it needs to be. The second sounds believable. Clean your room and wash your balls. I like that. That's gonna be the oh, and wash behind your ears. Definitely wash behind your ears. I find this hilarious. Looks like they deleted it. Yeah, she deleted it. Her explanation was condescending, but in my opinion, the original post is pretty bad. Well, the flag is not flapping right. Is really something to fuss over? Yeah, we'll fuss over it. I reckon everyone would agree it's a non-issue, but it's also fine to say it should be waving, etc. Something went wrong, which both of them seem to agree on. It's just a tone of conversation thing, I think. It is. It's just a tone. Yeah, she deleted the post. Yeah, Ubisoft, you're doing wonders. You really want the Chinese to just come over and go, "Ay-ya, we make the girls' breasts get bigger, ay-ya." Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna... I'm gonna go watch Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Odysseus.
Telemachus. Penelope.
Antinous. Odysseus.
Athena. Telemachus. Calypso. Penelope.
Menelaus.
And Helen of Troy.
Odyssey.
Odyssey. After the Iliad.
Hidden no horse.
Won the war. Yeah, I'm serious.
Never mind, I'm not gonna go see the Odyssey. Never mind. I'm not gonna go see the Odyssey. There's no reason. I was about to tell you guys like, yo, I'm gonna go see Odyssey tomorrow, and then I looked at that and I was just like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, never mind. My mistake. My mistake. All right. I need new headphones. I have paused the game development. However, I have created an add-on for a software that prepares assets inside Blender for Unreal Engine, aimed for indie and pretty serious developers. Well done, Hobo. Can't wait to see more of what you got. The Chinese don't care about this woke bullshit. They don't. They want to sell. Whether it's games or hardware, the phones are good, and they don't push weird marketing or carbon emission claims. There's still some stuff in China that they do negatively, but I do agree with them politically on some fronts, especially when it comes to that weird gay shit. It's just like, it's just not needed. There, especially with some video games, I think Where Winds Meet is one of those video games where the developers definitely made a video game. But there are some live service games made by China where I'm just like, it's so fucking bare bones. I'm just like, bro, welcome to this gacha game where each character has literally 2 moves or 3. And I'm like, am I trying to play fucking Vermintide? Or what is this? And I'm just like, but it's neither here nor there. Hold on a second. Let me.
I'm gonna do the tier list with her.
And we're gonna play Roblox.
I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what I have to do. I'm gonna do the tier list with her.
And we're gonna play Roblox.
I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what I have to do. I'm gonna do the tier list with her.
And we're gonna play Roblox.
I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
You found a Roblox lady? Oh my god. Good luck, buddy. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god, that fucking was hilarious. That was fucking hilarious. Alright, okay. Let me get something to drink and then we can talk about this whole Bethesda nonsense. Oh. Sorry. That was... Let me go get it. Let me go get it. What do you say when you're on a date? What is it that you say to see who you're dating? When you're talking to a woman, what is it that you say to see what kind of woman you have? It's like, hey, my name is Chung Lee, or my name is Stephanie. Nice to meet you. He's like, hey, nice to meet you. So what are your hobbies? He's like, hey, it's like, my hobby is art. My hobby is also video games, and, you know, also taking care of, you know, a little bit of side business with my YouTube channel, that sort of thing. And then you ask her, what are your hobbies? And then she says, well, I like League of Legends. Damn, pull up your pants. I saw your crack. Why would you see that? She turned out to be a gamer, so I ended up asking her what she played, and she said Overwatch. So she wanted to game. I don't mind Overwatch. But if you say Valorant and you say League of Legends or Roblox, we're gonna have problems. Yeah, there are certain games where I'm just like, okay, all right, not that one. Overwatch, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's do it, boys. Then she asked me to play ranked. Oh, no! No! You play your game and I play my games. No. Bro. It's like when you find a baddie and then she's like a furry, and then she's like, would you put on a furry costume? And I'm like, don't get me in your shit. If you find a bitch that says, hey, I was like, hey, nobody knows my game. I play Stalker. 5 minutes later, just dicking down. Just, We played for a few hours, never again. Oh yeah, absolutely. Nah, Valorant. No Valorant. All right, let's do this, boys. Let's get ready. Let's do it. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy. Warriors and wenches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We are here to dive into some more information on the whole Asha Sharma, Bethesda, and Obsidian thing. So let's see what she has to say. Todd Howard just shared plans for the Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Starfield franchises. These worlds have earned a special place with hundreds of millions of people over many years. I'm looking forward to what's next, including the partnership with Obsidian on a new Fallout game and closer collaboration with ZeniMax Online Studios on the Elder Scrolls. The achievements of these franchises are remarkable. The Elder Scrolls Skyrim has crossed 65 million units, becoming one of the 10 best-selling games of all time. Fallout 4 has also crossed 35 million units sold, joining up to the top 25, and Starfield will soon reach over 1 billion hours played. That's nothing. 1 billion hours played. That's like you saw that? Oh man. Top of the charts, and then she mentioned Starfield hours, and I'm like, what is that gonna do? What we could do Power World. You want to do Power World hours? We want to play the hour game. We could play the hour game. How many hours did people play Cyberpunk? What are we doing? Okay, she really was trying there, like, oh, let's just say hours. Let's just say hours. Let's say hours. Time wasted, by the way. Okay, listen. I sent this to her. He's like, yeah, get to work. Get back to work. Get back to work. Okay, A note from Bethesda Game Studios. she's holding the gun to his head. We love making these worlds as much as you love playing in them. Today, we want to share what's next for Bethesda Game Studios and what you could expect from us in the years ahead. For 40 years, we built games that have entertained almost half of blah, blah, blah. We did this back in the time. With over 17 million players logging almost a billion hours today. Wow, hours. That doesn't mean anything. That honestly doesn't. It's we're gonna make a live service game. More than 40% of players already customize their experience. This doesn't mean anything. Created by players, we believed from the beginning that our worlds belong not only to the people who make them, but also to the people who play them. Yeah, you fucked up with that Fallout Anniversary. So I don't know why you would say created by players when every time that the players make something, you come over and fuck it all up. That's why we've long provided players with the tools to create their own experiences. Date back to the Morrowind construction set. This year marked another major milestone for creations with its expansion to Fallout 4, joining Skyrim and Starfield. How are those mods for Starfield coming, by the way? That's what I thought. We're proud to say creators have already earned more than $10 million in royalties from their work. Well, that's great. What did the players receive? Fallout is one of the biggest priorities today. Fallout 5 remaining our longest range, long-range destination, and we have multiple Fallout projects in active development right now. 76 continues to be home to millions of players exploring Appalachia. Millions? Let's check it out. You got a lot of DLCs though. You got a lot of DLCs there. A lot of bundles here. See, this is where your market is at. Don't think about the game. Do not think about the game. Think about the 19 DLC bundles right here. That's their baby right there. That's their baby. They're not thinking about the game. They're not thinking about the main game. Okay? Store packages. Yeah. Calm down. Okay. In fact, we have a major Fallout 76 expansion planned for next year. Raven Rock, a prequel story to Fallout 3. Why do we need a prequel story to Fallout 3? Fallout 4. Why? Bro. Every time when you have lore, you want to have this disbelief in your head where like, oh man, what happened before the game started? What happened in between these timelines? And these developers are always like, well, let's fill up the gaps. And I'm just like, whatever, moving on. It's like, let's use a live service to fill in the gaps. Fallout 4, the most award-winning game in the franchise, just celebrated its 10-year anniversary and recently passed over 35 million copies sold, continuing to attract a new audience every year. Well, that's good. Can you stop breaking the game now? We also know many players want to revisit previous Fallout experiences. While we're not announcing any dates today, we have been working on remasters for both Fallout 3 and New Vegas. I don't know if I want these. I don't know if you're going to do justice for the characters. We will see, because right now, the culture has shifted. So you better not fuck this up, okay? It's very easy to fuck this up. Fallout shall do more layoffs, and then we'll see, okay? While they're working on these games, do another batch of layoffs just to let them know what's up, okay? Crack that whip. Fallout Shelter continues. Shut the fuck up. The Wasteland continues to expand as we team up once again with our longtime friends at Obsidian Entertainment. We're happy to confirm they'll be working with us on a new Fallout project. We'll have more to share in the future. I'm telling you right now, Todd Howard is grinding his fucking teeth because Obsidian was the primary developers working on New Vegas. But let's just be honest, New Vegas is a fluke. Just like Archcast said it, he's right. It is a fluke. And at that time, the developers were great. Now, the developers have shifted into something, well, we'll see. Well, we already know, okay? The only game that they got that stands correct is Grounded 2. So, you know, I'm sorry, but your pink furry bitch is gone. Avowed is canceled. Suck it up. But we'll see. I think their culture is still fucked up, but though. We're also bringing our teams closer together with across Bethesda, ZeniMax, Online Studios will partner closely with Bethesda Game Studios on the Elder Scrolls franchise while continuing to deliver incredible new experiences for the Elder Scroll Online. I don't care about that game. Season 1 Return of the Thieves Guild recently launched. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about the fucking ESO. Fuck ESO. Looks like trash. That foundation extends beyond our teams to technology. You see how I like to skim out the fucking live service bullshit? I'm doing the best I can for you guys to not waste your time. That foundation extends beyond our teams to the technology tools and systems that will power the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. Our teams are now developing the Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 on Creation Engine 3, a shared technology platform we've been building since Starfield's launch. Yeah, how's that looking? Okay. How's that looking? You remember that giant JPEG like fucking planet that the fact that No Man's Sky looks better at space than you do. That's crazy. That's amazing. It allows our teams to support multiple projects simultaneously with new tools, rendering, and systems that define our games. Okay. Fallout 5 is currently in pre-production. The Elder Scrolls 6 is our primary development focus today, with the majority of our team currently working on the next chapter of the franchise, with over 65 million copies sold. Players are still exploring Skyrim 15 years later. That's because they modded that fucking game up and made it look great. And we're gonna have to mod your fucking brand new games to make it look better. This is what we do every fucking time. We do this every fucking time. We have to mod your game and make it look more better. Now, let's continue. But we know it's been a very long wait for the sequel. The next chapter is on the way. We are where we plan to be, loving how it looks and playing it every day. Well, you're not playing it. Well, I thought this was Asha Sharma for a second, but it's not. I appreciate them playing their own games, but they need to stay on task because they were the ones that were like, oh shit, well, let's blow our load early and show a teaser trailer of Elder Scrolls of 6 on 2018. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Never do that. Never do that. The road ahead across Bethesda Game Studios, we're building for the future of Fallout. This almost sounds like their game. I'll finish up later. Elder Scrolls and Starfield. We're investing in our technology, bringing teams closer together, supporting our live games, and expanding into new forms of entertainment and developing the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. I hope so. I hope so, because your stories are trash and your writers are trash. We couldn't be more excited for what's ahead and wanted to share as much as we could today. Can't thank you enough. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so, Starfield continues, but, listen, it's in the back burner, okay? He's like, where's Starfield? Yeah, it's over there somewhere. We got to focus on Fallout and Elder Scrolls, otherwise we'll get shot by the Indian lady. Construction set from the Morrowind construction set, the opposite today. We've always played players. Okay, nobody cares. Legends Reborn rematches for Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are both in the works. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out. We'll see. Welcome Obsidian. We're excited to team up once again. This is for Fallout 76. I don't care. More live service slop. Irradiating the airways. Congratulations on the films for they got another season coming. I don't care. Strengthening. I don't care about this. Building the future for Creation Engine 3. I hope so. The future of Fallout 5 remains our long-term destination. The game is currently in pre-production. Should have been forging the Elder Scrolls. All these things right here. I'll be honest, bro. What the hell were you doing, bro? Nobody. See, Asha Sharma was correct. When you talk about Starfield, nobody cares. So you can turn off the nearly 1 billion hours played shit, because nobody fucking cares about Starfield. Nobody's out here going, oh, more Starfield content? But as soon as you mention, like, Obsidian, and, like, you know, the fact that you're working on, you know, where is it? Did I miss it? More Fallout and more Elder Scrolls, people lose their fucking minds. People start to lose their fucking minds. Even Twitch up on here, even though I don't like that fucking place. I do have Twitch on, but fuck Twitch. I still don't care. See, they'll talk about Fallout. Bethesda fell years ago. Filth works on your games, which is why you don't release anything. Well, one reason. There is more value in not completing the game and only cycling news for investors. You keep coming up with tech that sparks investors, but an actual due date puts a tangible value on it. Speculation trading ruined major studios. DEI and tax breaks helped all the greedy people exercise max greed. If you release a trailer, gamers end up rejecting, you're hecked. GTA is lucky because all the censorship was very quiet and they have not preached yet. Bethesda has preached. Bethesda made big oopsies on ESO, and all the TV shows shows a dip in quality and focus on gamers. She's right. She absolutely. Bro. Bro, who did this? Shame. It's funny though. Okay, let's move on to one more thing, and then I'm gonna move over to chat. Here's one thing. Thousands of Xbox fans are using Microsoft's Xbox Player Choice website to urge the company to stop the layoffs and studio closures. Let's figure out what they're trying to say. The layoff of 3,200 workers at Xbox, at Obsidian, ID Software. Yeah, okay, 10K plus layoffs. There's going to be more layoffs, by the way. Multiple studios have been closed or had their futures jeopardized. We'll make better games. Ninja Theory, Tango Gameworks will make better games then. The developers and players agree that this cannot continue. The developers and players agree that this cannot continue. How many players are actually saying anything? Did the developer... We have investigated ourselves and have decided that we still should keep our jobs. A true reset meets the needs of the Xbox community looks like the following. Whoa. You've already failed. Before I look at this stupid list, you've already fucking failed. It's not the Xbox community. It is the customer. It is the gamer. If you do this Xbox community shit, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Who are you talking about? It could be anybody. Could be the developers, publish. It could be anybody. I don't know who you're referring to. It doesn't seem like you're referring to the gamers, because the gamers haven't been playing your shit. So let's continue. What is it that you want? What is your list of demands? Transparency for players. You mean when Asha Sharma came up and showed the email to everyone that millions of people saw and said, hey, full transparency, we're going to do an Xbox reset. Yeah, here's the due date. This is what's going to happen. This is who's going to get laid off, and so on and so forth. You mean that transparency? Okay. Showcasing games from studios they intend to sell or close weeks later feels bad for players. So? Not enough people have played those games. It's just the way of things. What are you trying to say? If they want that game to be successful, more people have to come to play the game. They have spent way more money. Did we forget about the 64 cents to $1 whole thing that we were talking about? What did chat say? They are spending money to lose money? What did you forget that this is a capitalist society? This is a free market? Keep teams together. No layoffs for the next 2 years. And end studio closures. Studio closures hurt the fans of their studio. Who's the fans? By the way, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like a fucking child. It's like, dear mom and dad, I recommend that we have pizza night every Tuesday and Thursday. That's you. That's you. I also recommend that I can play video games beyond 9 p.m. That's you. What do you keep teams together? Well, was the team good? Well, the teams were like, well, they were like, well, they suck. I don't know what to tell you. Let's read the third one. Xbox is already profitable. Okay. All right. How many lies are we going to go through? Okay, let's keep going. Xbox is already it feels like a child wrote this. It's like, Mom, can I get that toy? No, it's too expensive. What? Don't you got infinite money, Mom? Mom, don't you have like, aren't you rich, Mom? What are we doing? Xbox is already profitable without reaching 1 billion people every day. Stop constraining Xbox by the... Wait a minute. Stop constraining Xbox by the unrealistic profit expectations of the Microsoft accountability margin. Wait a minute. You're right. No, you're right. No, you're absolutely 100% true. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to downsize your studio. And we're going to increase the probability that you're going to have a successful game. We are going to downsize your team, take out the people that don't matter. We're also going to focus on certain IPs that actually people want to play. And we're going to provide additional funds to things that actually matter. You are 100% actually. That's exactly what she's doing. So she's basically doing a what's the word I'm looking for? It's like she's taking safe measures. She's just like, okay, well, what do people want? Okay, they want Fallout. Okay, we're gonna have to give them Fallout. Yeah, but I don't want to do Fallout. Well, no, Todd, nobody asked you. Okay, so we're gonna make Fallout New Vegas 2, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Okay, work with Obsidian. Okay, stop being a little bitch. Okay, I need that money. Trust the developers. Sir, they had years to trust the developers. And what did the developers do? They got fat and happy and comfortable. When was the last Elder Scrolls game? Like, definitively. 2011. This is not, oh shit, it's bloat. At this moment, you guys are so fat. It's like watching a cat try to get through one of those tiny doors, you know, through the fucking pet door at the bottom of the door. He's so fucking fat. That's Bethesda. That's Obsidian. Layoffs are a failure of leadership. Who says that? Who the fuck are you? Fuck you. Who said that? Who said that? What do you mean? How is that a failure of leadership? Who said that? No executive bonuses when there is a layoff. What is that even? Nigga, first of all, she just showed up. Okay? Okay? And second of all, she's got money. Apparently she's working at the U.S. Federal Reserve. That's questionable, but that's a thing for a different... that's a conversation for later. But what are you talking about? She just got here. She came in, she started working, realized you guys are definitely not making money. And as a matter of fact, you guys are actually like... You guys are way beyond the... You're basically... You're not Ubisoft yet, but you could be. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know why they brought up the executive bonus out of fucking nowhere. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's communist Marxist bullshit, basically what it is. He's like, oh man, get rid of her bonuses. She just arrived. What are you talking about bonuses? Invest in the future of gaming. That's literally what she's doing. Invest in the future generation of video game developers instead of unpopular technologies like AI. Is like, no, they're going to invest in AI and that's just going to happen. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, you're just going to have to suck that shit up. That players don't want. Why do you keep on bringing players into this? You know what this feels like? This feels like your ex-girlfriend trying to get you to fight the guy that she's yelling at. Like some guy's like, it's like, hey, yo, handle your girl. It's like, oh no, you don't say that to my man, cause my man, he beat your ass. He beat my ass. Yeah, he beat your ass. He got it. Tell him, honey. Tell him. And then the husband's just like, bro, what are we? Bro, can I go home? Bro, why are you getting me in this shit? That's basically what this is. It's just like, bro, stop getting the players involved. The players just want good video games. You have not provided the good video games. Therefore, you will be shut down. Period. Some of these places aren't even getting shut down or shut down. Like they're just being like put into an indie spot. They got some like runway funds, and then they said, hey, go off and do your own thing, and if you fuck up, it's all on you. Goodbye. That's basically it. So I just find the layoffs need to have, Savvy says the layoffs need to happen from overhiring, but replacing them with AI and outsourcing isn't the way. But the aggressive selling to Xbox led to this. May it be a learning lesson to future studios' heads. Smart ones will not sell out with unfavorable terms. Always control your IP. Better to go out ruining your work on your own terms as a potential future. If shit hits the fan, then it would be due to who you sold out to. It's true. I mean, it's 100% true. And so... this is what we got for right now. We will see what happens here real soon with Bethesda, because there's no more playing around anymore. And also, let me remind you something. Let me remind you of something. We even had a Bethesda game come out since Starfield, and Starfield came out. People did like it, but most people don't really care. They want to go back to Fallout. They want to go back to Elder Scrolls. That's just how it is. That's why Asha Sharma brought up, like, bro, look at how many hours they got. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about hours? It's like, we listen, as humans, we are really good at wasting our fucking time. I think I've left my video games on. Like, imagine the whole world just going to sleep while they're playing Starfield, because Starfield is that fucking boring. I mean, you know what I mean? So this, I'll be honest, they could only go up from here, because right now what they got, it ain't working. So whatever they do next, you got to step your game up. You can only go up from here. So good luck to you, Bethesda. Because if this doesn't work out, Asha Sharma is going to make some new plans, and you ain't going to like them. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hold on. Switch it up. Okay. Okay. I have one final video for you guys. I have one final video with you guys, and it's like I'm curious as to what it's going to be. We're gonna watch the whole thing. It's 39 minutes, and I'm gonna pull it off. I'm gonna try to pull it off. All right. Did you hear that Glenn Schofield, the maker of Dead Space, announced his retirement a couple of days ago? No, I didn't hear that. It's a shame. He made good games, really good games. Good on him. It's like, happy retirement, man. Good on him. Yeah, I miss Dead Space. They did a really good job. I hope developers I like how people came up to us and said, hey, if you like Dead Space, you're gonna like Chronos. Chronos is trash. End of story. End of story. I've seen that game. It's trash. You got some big bitch wearing some big space armor with a fucking 8-ball helmet. Get out of here. Nope. No thank you. Poland, you're fucking up. Okay. All right. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy, Warriors of Witches. How y'all doing? And God bless. We are here to talk with Game. We're not talking with them. We're gonna watch a video by Game Radar about gamer girls. Ooh, since Game Radar knows more about video games than we do. And of course, this is going to get political. Let's hear what these ladies have to say. This lady right here is questionably a woman. Let's see what goes on. Let's see what goes on. Let's see this.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam. I'm the brand
Never mind, that's a man. My mistake.
director here at Games Radar, and this is episode 1 of Girls, the podcast by women, for women, and anyone who's felt underrepresented in the games industry, because after all, anyone can be
probably a woman.
One of the girls. Today I'm joined by a trio of wonderful GR Plus humans: Serena Cherry, Ashley Barden, and Emma Jane Betts.
GR Plus humans? Why don't you just say girls? Why would you? Okay. We're just in a room full of 4 out of 10s, bro. All right, let's go.
And our topic of choice to kick things all off is why gaming? Why are we all gamers? But let's start.
You're just like video games. let's hear what they got to say.
Start with a little context as to why this kind of podcast came to be. There was research done by Cardiff University in Wales, published in September last year, that said women experience guilt.
Ladies, why did you bring up school when it comes to video games? Let me tell you something. A lot of these game developers in the past, they came from a different job and then they just stopped their old job and said, hey, let's make a game about dragons and fucking swords and shit. That's what they did. They dumped their old job for a new job. Okay, why are you going to schools judging from things from Wales and Harvard University? And I'm like, bro, this is only... Okay, this is definitely a girl podcast, okay? I'm just trying to... I'm macromanaging, she's micromanaging. This makes sense.
Shame and exclusion in gaming culture, which I think is awful. And I'm sure all of us here has felt that too. Despite...
Are you still playing video games? Okay, so you're still playing video games. Okay, so you're not excluded from anything. Okay, so you're just bullshit.
Women making up 50% of almost all gamers.
Bullshit. Oh, you mean the ladies that play mobile games? Like, I don't know, hot, sexy Asian men on a mobile device? There's like millions of women that play that game. Are you talking about those mobile games? Grandma, are we gonna count? Because my grandma plays stuff on her tablet. Is that where we're counting? Please stop. Okay, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest for once. You know what women like? Women like conversations. Women like food and drinks. Women like clothes, and women like animals and drama. Okay. This whole idea that there's a whole bunch of women that are just like, oh shit, you know what I like to do? None of that shit that I just said. I want to play video games. There are those, but it is a minute. Most of it is just men.
The university study
Male-dominated.
showed that a lot of female gamers...
Oh, a university told you. Oh, well, my bad. Oh man, university.
don't even like to admit that they're gamers, which to me is really sad.
They don't want to admit they're gamers because they probably want to have boyfriends. Okay? They probably want to be in a relationship. That's why. Because they probably think it's like a waste of time. And they might be right. Maybe there's something else that they like to do that's a hobby. Read books. Write a book. Who knows?
And then there's another study from...
You can't force these women to fucking play games, is all I'm saying.
Ampere Analysis reports that there are like 922 million women that play games.
That's a
but
random
when
number.
given a list of reasons as to why people don't play games, women are more likely than men to choose, I don't like the culture or the community, or it's hard to find...
Yeah, it's not your place. It's for boys. It's for men. Congratulations. And a lot of women already understand that, okay? There's a lot of women that push back against men, you know, on website on these video games. If there's a woman playing CS:GO, she's either silent or she's ready to clap back, okay? And trust me, there's not a lot of them, but when they're there for a reason.
The game that suits my needs. But they are less likely than men to choose, I don't have enough time or I don't have enough money. So it's not that they don't have time or money to spend playing games. It's that they can't find something that appeals to them, or they're nervous around the culture.
No, they're not nervous about anything, okay? Women are a lot stronger than that. They're just not interested. Listen, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret about women. They like in real life shit, okay? Yeah, they're on the internet, but they like to be around other women. They like to be around family members. They like to cook. They like to take care of like siblings and stuff. They like to They like to be interactive in the moment. Men, they like to tinker. They like to fuck around with stuff. They like to break things. They're just like, okay, so if I can do this in this game, can I do this in this game? Oh shit, that's cool. That's awesome. Okay, well, if I use this musket on this guy, will it be accurate or will it be askew like an actual musket? What about this game that has tanks? Does it have the tank that I like? Or, oh shit, like, let's say for instance, Flight Simulator, predominantly men. Farming Simulator, predominantly men. Truck Simulator, predominantly men. Any game, this is why people like to make a joke about ball and game video games, because they know that predominantly a lot of men play video games that are pertaining to athleticism, like FIFA, Madden, that sort of thing. They are, you're just gonna have to chalk it up to just, it is what it is. Of course, I like RPGs, and there's a lot of us out there, but damn, are there a lot of fucking shooting games, and and a lot of the word I'm looking for, sports games. It's one of the reasons why I like Examina so much. No tutorial, you gotta just figure it out. Yeah, they like to tinker, they like to fuck around with stuff, and that sort of thing women don't like. Women love tutorials. Men, they like tutorials, but man, if you give them the right amount of tools to figure it out for themselves, they'll do it, and they'll carry that
around gaming and being a gamer. And for me, I want to change that, and I know that everyone on the GR team like feels the same. I hate the idea that anyone, be that a woman, an LGBTQ plus folk, or anyone else, feels ashamed or unable to admit that they're a gamer.
It doesn't matter. They're playing video games. That doesn't matter. It really does not matter. There's these women that are ashamed of being a gamer is not real. It's just not. They'll play the game. Period. That's it. End of story.
So that's why we're here, right? Like, we all love games. We all work in the games industry. We're very passionate about the people that make games and play games. So that's why the podcast exists. And we hope that you're going to come along for the journey. But you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from everybody else. So let's start with the question. What does the word gamer mean to you? Someone kick me off.
Does someone want to go? I can go first.
Yeah, go first.
Yeah. Okay. To me, gamer is the term that you use for someone who loves it as a hobby. I'd say it's primarily probably going to be your top or favorite hobby, something that you engage in quite frequently. So if you play games in your spare time, if you keep track, and just generally if you just love gaming, I'd say that classifies you as a gamer.
True.
It was interesting hearing you cite those study results, Sam, because I feel like that resonates with me. Like, I feel like for me, gamer is still a very loaded term. Even when we talk like among journalists, I feel like when people say capital G gamer, like you're referring to someone you do not want to be in the same room with. Like, because I agree with you, M&J, and anyone who plays games is literally a gamer. But then I don't know if I have ever in my life introduced myself or called myself a gamer. Have you guys?
I don't think so.
None of us have. None of us have. Yes, we're gamers, but we don't really... What? When I bought Mass Effect when I was a kid, it's like, oh man, as you could see, I have my gamer card. No, I just bought my game and went home and played the game. Of course. We just played the game. That grandma that played Skyrim all her life, she didn't label herself as a gamer. She just played the game. And I don't mind the label. It's just something that we don't really think about. It's like a book reader. Do you go around saying, yo, I read books? We don't do that. Don't do that.
I feel like it's interesting.
Yeah. I still feel like there's a connotation of like, if you're a gamer, you're a boy in your mum's basement eating super noodles or ramen from a bowl. And it's just, I feel like there's such a difference in my mind between liking video games and being a gamer. Like, it's my whole career. I've kind of devoted my life to games. Like, it's such a huge part of my life, but I still wouldn't call myself a gamer.
I feel like to me, gamer is a word that's prescribed by others and not self-given. And it doesn't really, I think, I would say I draw a large part of my identity from being someone that's passionate about games and that loves playing games. And so much of that is about seeking out new games and new things to try and new ways to be amazed by the gaming industry. But, oh, yeah, like similar to you, I would never call myself a gamer. That's a word that's almost a word used to describe people who are like comes from someone who isn't a gamer. So all the friends I know who go, oh, Serena's a gamer with a capital G, they don't play games.
Yeah, okay, all right. Some of these ladies are actually on point because it's like we don't even think about these terms, okay? No basketball person comes out and says, yo, look at me, I'm a baller. No person that comes out and plays card games goes out and says, yo, I'm a Magic player. You really want to go around saying, bro, I'm a Magic player? It's like, yo, I'm a card player. Yo, I'm a Pokemon card trader. These terms are just terms. They're not bad terms, not at all. But when it comes to us talking about gamers, we'll just talk about it in a funny sense, or that you're just talking about certain individuals. Like, let's say if we're talking about book readers, like somebody who has a hobby about book reading, it's like yeah, these book, like for example, hey, these 4 ladies are big book readers. They like to read books, obviously, and of course many people read books. Many people like read books. It's just a term. It's not really that big, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those terms that it's just like it doesn't matter. Okay, it's just a term that's like, oh yeah, I'm a gamer. That's it. It's not really an icky word. I don't know why it has to be displayed like. I grew up watching anime. I haven't seen had good stuff and the stuff with the proper storytelling. One might call me an alpha weeb in some ways. I mean, I know. I guess I saw Pokemon on TV as a kid. That's it though. Well, like if you liked watching anime as a hobby and then somebody called you a weeb, well, that's really a term that's like more of a negative term. Or if you're an otaku, some people consider otaku being a negative or a positive term. And it's just like, I'm not really bothered. Most people are not bothered by these terms. It's just not.
Because they see the kind of negative side of that thing being like,
there's no negative to being a gamer. You're either casual about gaming or you're not casual. That's it.
And what really annoys me is when someone says, oh, like, you're a gamer, I feel like there's such a judgmental kind of attachment to that like, oh my God, you spent all weekend playing video games. Like, yeah, and you spent all weekend binge watching.
We've already had these conversations years ago, okay? If you can't, it's not even, well, what, do we want to police people's languages every day? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like, oh, you're a gamer. It's like, there's a lot of, bro, let's just keep going. I'll be here all day.
It's like that there's such a negativity around the word gamer.
There's even a negative term for people watching TV all day. It's called, oh, all you do is watch TV all day. So
maybe we just need to invent.
Or what about you being glued to your phone all day? It's like, oh, look, you're glued to your phone all day. It's the same thing with people that do that.
A new word?
Definitely. What could it be?
Yeah.
A new word? Ladies always want to change shit. Every fucking time. You ever lived with a woman and they like to decorate and change the decorations or of the house every fucking time? You're like, oh, I want the pillows here and I want the fucking plants right here. And then 2 weeks next 2 weeks is just like, I have a new idea. And I'm like, oh my God, bro, just stick to it. Just we're good. The ever constant feeling of women wanting to change shit has to be studied, bro. Why can't we just let things be?
That's the whole thing. I don't know. Is it?
That's like a whole podcast episode just trying to figure out the name for gamer, right?
Because, like, again, I completely agree, actually. Like, I've never called myself a gamer, and I would never call any of my friends a gamer. But
why? Who cares? Who cares?
If someone uses that term with me, it's my hobby. I play games, so sure, you know?
Even she doesn't care.
So that's the whole thing. I don't know what else you would call someone whose hobby is gaming if we don't say gamer, you know?
Video game enthusiast just sounds really weird.
Yeah.
Okay, that one I agree with. Don't call yourself a video game enthusiast. I'll agree with her on that one.
You know?
You're official.
Maybe we should, instead of creating a new term, create a term that's specifically for the negative connotations for gamer. Like, I know, like, in the film space, you know, if someone is really into Martin Scorsese and that's all they talk about because they don't watch any other films, they're called, like, film bros.
Yeah.
You know? So maybe instead of gamer, we need, like, a new term for those particular set of people as opposed to all of us who just enjoy the hobby.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you ladies are up here trying to look for a nasty ass negative term towards gamers that like to get, like, most likely men, but people that like to play games a little bit more hardcore, much like me, or people that like to be competitive with gaming or take gaming seriously. Are you really, we already get the negative connotations already, okay? It's called not having a girlfriend, okay? You already won, okay? It's like, all you do is play video games all day? It's like, all right, he's like, do you even have a girlfriend? Do you take baths? We already got it. We already got these words. You don't need to make no new words. Maybe it's because we're so used to it that we don't even, like, it doesn't even faze us.
It's funny because we've only had, like, even more negative terms for gamer, like, never, like, a neutral. Like, I wanted to talk about gamer girl as a phrase or a term because I feel like that term has died out, but historically that's been the only alternative to plain gamer, is like you can be a normal gamer, like a normal person, or you can be a gamer girl and be a fake gamer.
Yeah. Which I think, like, I know we've all come up with kind of topics that we want to talk about in this podcast series, and one of them is, like, the kind of...
This is the kind of conversation that I would walk in when if I had a girlfriend having this conversation with a bunch of girls inside the living room, I would hand her a bowl of fruit, walk away, and roll my eyes. I'd be like, bro, what the fuck are they talking about?
The stereotypes around women playing games as well, and, like, what?
You want to talk about video games, wasting our time playing video games? What about this podcast?
Kind of genres that, like, we can only play cozy games and cute, pretty things and things with pink and animals in them, which is, like, true to an extent from my perspective, but also I really like shooters and all those kind of things. So, yeah, like, if we look at our kind of origin stories, like, what was the game that got you into games or got you interested in the idea of playing games?
I like the idea.
Why don't you start, Ashley, because you're nodding.
I'm thinking. That's my active listening. Whenever I do an interview, I'm like, oh yeah, yep. I feel like the first game. I was like a Nintendo DS kid. So maybe Cooking Mama. I was really into Cooking Mama.
Strong
but
choice.
I would call my current iteration of my relationship to games is Bloodborne. That's like when I started seriously thinking about games and being like really into it as an adult. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking to myself, I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh, she's gonna say like Zelda or Mario. And she said the most woman game ever. And I'm just like, bro. Bro, that's hey, more power to her. Hey, that Cooking Mama game is good. Hey, I ain't gonna fall her for that.
What was it about Bloodborne that kind of tipped you over from Cooking Mama casual to capital gamer?
The duality of women, right? I think I love the
like
aesthetics. And when I was younger, there weren't as many. I never really was a Zelda kid. I don't know why. I think I know why. It's because I'm too stupid for the puzzles, and I always have been. But Bloodborne, the aesthetics really spoke to me.
All right.
The customization of your character, like I could build a headcanon of like I am this gothic woman in this horrible world. And then I think also
Well. Here we are again. You mean to tell me women want to be like some hot gothic character in Bloodborne or Vampire the Masquerade? What?
So just the challenge of, because I got into it in the time where people were still like, only the best can play a From Software game. Don't even bother.
You gotta get good.
Case.
I feel like Elden Ring has helped like democratize it, but it just so many people being like, don't even try. Even my ex-boyfriend got me into it, and he was like, you can't handle it. And I just wanting to do it and be able to play these games that apparently women are not allowed to even look at.
He didn't tell you to stop playing. He said, can you handle it? It's like I don't think you can handle it. He's not telling you to stop playing. He's just like, I don't think you can handle it. Well,
I think made me develop a strong relationship with gaming.
Okay, all right.
My relationship to the game is independent of how people tell me I'm supposed to feel about it. So it's like more personal.
I had a
Isn't that like everybody that plays this FromSoft game? Because a lot of people would be like, bro, you haven't played a FromSoft game. This game's kind of hard. So it's not just women. We pretty much tell a lot of people like, hey, I usually play Nintendo games. What's this Elden Ring game? And then we'll say like, oh, bro, I don't know if you're good for this, but this woman can beat Elden Ring and Bloodborne better than DSP can. So let's be honest.
Really similar experience with Bloodborne, where I lived in a house full of guys, and they got
True, Ambient. Very true.
Bloodborne the day it came out, and they said, oh, you know, you won't be able to play it, you won't understand, you won't get it. So picking up the controller and trying it became like an act of defiance. Like, no, like I can prove you. And sometimes I think that discourage is actually enables you to connect with something a little bit more because you've been sort of told no.
So you mean to tell me all these stories with people telling you you can't handle the game? And honestly, anybody can, as long as you just prove yourself. It just takes time. But I just like how every single one of these stories these ladies are talking about is basically straight back to the potion seller. It's like, potion. GameStop employee? Give me your finest FromSoft game. You can't handle these FromSoft games. They're too strong for you. GameSoft employee? Enough of these games. Give me your best FromSoft game. These are not for you, traveler. These games are too strong for you, and these are for the strongest people, and you are clearly the weakest. I can handle these games, GameStop employee. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, this isn't for you. And I'm like, well, who's saying that? Like, I want to give it a try. And I gave it a try and I was terrible.
Me too. And then you keep doing it, and like just the
We
act
need
of
that
choosing
ASAP,
to
yeah.
keep doing it when literally everyone and just the culture online and people in real life are saying this game is not for you, and deciding it is for me. I feel like that makes you connect with it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And let me remind you, they said this to men and also women. But sure, yeah, let's talk about the women.
I think my first game I ever played was Alex Kidd in Miracle World, built into the Sega Master System 2.
Damn.
And that's
She's
another
my
really
age.
hard game because you have the Jenkin bosses at the end and you have to memorize, is it rock, paper, scissors this time? I had a little notebook and I did like trial by elimination for those bosses. And that was the first game I played, but the first game I actually really loved that was the series that I had posters of it all over my wall. Ridge Racer. I was like super into Ridge Racer, and Ridge Racer Type 4 was the first game I bought with my own money, with my like, paper round money. I remember going out and buying a second-hand copy from Pink Planet, the games exchange that doesn't exist anymore. And again, I don't know if it was kind of because cars and racing at the time seemed so like male-dominated that it was an act of, again, like defiance for me to go, no, I really like this and stuff. But yeah, Ridge Racer, I would sit there for hours doing the time trials, unlocking what I unlocked.
All the men in line waiting for this video game, and then this girl comes up in the back of the line and is just like, no, I will play the game. And then the guys turn around and look at her and they're like,
all the cars, I think it's 300 and... the fact that I can't remember this off the top of my head annoys me. 300 different cars in Ridge Racer Type 4. But yeah.
you want to know the real experience of you coming out and saying, yo, I'm a gamer? You want to know the real conversation on that? I'll tell you the real conversation. You coming out, going to the fucking game store and saying like, oh, I'm a gamer. And then just a whole bunch of guys going like, so do you play World of Warcraft? Like, yeah, I'm a sorceress. Sorceress, huh? I'm a warrior. I might need a sorceress for my guild. Yeah, see, okay, so there's nobody coming out here saying like, oh, you can't play this. Everybody knows what's gonna happen when you say you play video games. The men are gonna come out and be like, it's like, so what faction are you in? We're with the Burning Roses. Yeah, see what I mean?
That was like when I really found my
we see a female GameStop employee and we're just like, fuck, my dick is hard, bro. You mean to tell me there's a woman out there that fucking works at GameStop? God damn. I gotta marry this woman. Didn't my fucking friend Ambient X7 get me to try to talk to some girl at GameStop and she hung up on me? Fuck you, Ambient.
personal passion for gaming as opposed to it just being like the console in the living room that we all sat around and took turns on.
Did you have it as a child, like in your family home then?
Yeah, so we were always one generation of consoles behind. So
that's all of us.
We got the Master System when the Mega Drive came out. We got the PS1 when the PS2 came out. So yeah, it was always a bit behind.
It's all right. You get there eventually, right? How about you, Emma? What was your first game?
Yeah, so fun fact about me is I've lived in 3 different continents. And as a kid, I moved around a lot. which meant I was strictly a Nintendo girly, handheld, growing up. And also, I came from a family. I think my brother and I are the only people who actually were into video games. So a lot of it was kind of like self-discovery, you know, and getting very odd presents of like, do you remember the spin-off movie Game Boy games that you get for like every movie when it came out? Like I had the Game Boy game for Narnia. I had so many SpongeBob like Game Boy games.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the first,
The Lion King and the Hercules, like fucking these old Game Boy games, like movie, video game. That's what they were always like.
like game that I like fully finished, and that wasn't like kind of
Banger Wingman, ban him.
stubby shovelware and infuriating platforming, was Pokemon Blue. And Pokemon Blue was the first game, again, that I finished completely by myself without like begging like my cousin or my dad, because I get tilted or something as a child. And then from there, I would play all the Pokemon games. I got really into just Nintendo exclusives. So I was a Zelda kid too. But something that kind of relates more to my current kind of style of gaming, which is predominantly kind of PC, is I really loved the Nancy Drew point and click games, the detective games and stuff. I really loved that as a kid. And then eventually just like, I think majority of women my age as well who are interested in gaming got really into The Sims. And from The Sims, I got...
Yes, you ladies did. For some odd reason, when it comes to having a household, women went crazy over Sims. Now, when it came to operating a whole entire city, men were on that shit. Setting up politics, setting up cities, setting up like fucking, you know, roads and everything, a pipeline. But as soon as like EA came out and says, let's do Sims and have doggies and kitties inside our house, then the women went crazy. I wonder why. Can you figure out why?
really into modding. I got really into...
You got really into modding on Sims? These girls are gooners.
Theme from The Sims. It was like a gateway. But yeah, it all started with random Game Boy spin-offs of movies and Pokemon Blue.
I mean, I feel like my journey's pretty similar to you, apart from the whole like living on multiple continents thing, because I was like handhelds exclusively. Like I saved up to get every single Game Boy, apart from the original one, but I got it now via eBay, thank you. So it was weird. Like we didn't get a console until the PS1, so I never kind of caught up with the kind of, despite being Nintendo handheld obsessed, I never had a console, so never kind of experienced like N64 or GameCube or any of that.
Right.
Which is weird now, being such a Nintendo fangirl. And the games that kind of got me into games were watching my next door neighbor play. Weirdly, my kind of gaming experience was from sequels. So like Super Metroid 2. It's like, what? Why the second one and not the first one? I don't know. And then Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, I think it was called, which is an epic game and everyone should go play it. Like they were the kind of first two games that I actually owned on my little Game Boy Pocket, and I was just like...
This was back when we didn't really care if you were in 1, 2, 3, or 4, because it wasn't like... These were video games in its full prime. Now we got movie games everywhere. So back in the day, it really didn't matter if you played Mario Brothers 1, 2, 3, 1, 5. It didn't matter. It was just purely video games.
And I don't know about you guys, but like when I first started games, I was rubbish, like really bad, but I didn't care.
We all were.
I would play those opening levels over and over and over again, and I used to be addicted to demo discs that came on like official PlayStation magazine.
Oh yeah.
I didn't care it wasn't the full game, because I would play those demos like to death, to the point where I can still like...
Exactly. And this is why they don't fucking do demos anymore, because they know, like in Nintendo, they're just like, if we give them demos, they're just gonna stick with the demos. I fucking hate it.
There was a Spyro demo, and I could tell you inside out about that level. Like, it's so good. And I think now there's such a kind of emphasis on like, well, you've got to have finished it to enjoy it. And
yeah, that's
as a
bullshit.
kid, that wasn't true at all. Like, I just wanted to be in those worlds for 10, 20 minutes. Maybe, I mean, some of those demos I played on repeat for hours, which sounds really sad. Like, I did have full games, but there was something about like, almost like kind of Steam Next Fest now, just getting snippets of loads of games and like trying out different stuff was kind of more appealing than spending, you know, weeks and months playing the same game over and over again, which I obviously did too, because like you, Emma, Pokemon Red, so we could have traded when we were kids.
Damn it, what could have been?
Exactly. Well, maybe we can do it now. Pokemon Red was like my goat, and then every single Pokemon game ever since. I think Sword and Shield. What was the one after Sword and Shield? The open world one, whose name is completely escaped my brain.
Arceus?
Scarlet and Violet, I think.
Yeah, Scarlet and Violet is the first Pokemon games I haven't finished in my entire life, which is maybe says more about those games than it does about my ability to finish games nowadays. But
True.
Yeah, I think Pokemon was such a gateway drug, and then straight into The Sims, where I would pour over any DLC or expansion pack they announced.
Why are all the women
with like a microscope and
playing the Sims game?
Items new. I was so in. But it's weird, isn't it? Like, I feel like there's kind of two groups here, where like Emma and I are sort of the traditional kind of girly game entry.
She said it, not me.
Ashley are very like, Bloodborne, men.
Cooking mama, cooking mama.
Cooking mama first, and then the hardcore. Whereas I can't do any From Software games. I have such a low patience threshold that if anything
I get tilted
me and I
very
start
fast.
getting ragey, I can't do it.
Yeah. I remember I also had an ex-boyfriend who tried to get me into the Souls games, and I played 20 minutes of it, and I was just like, why do you do this? Like, I can understand the appeal, just not for me personally.
And that's why. It's because guys see a competition. That's what video games are mostly meant for. It is to challenge you and to have competition. If we just gave you video games that were just, oh, here's the answer, you will quit the game so fast it'll make your head spin. Guys like to tinker. They like to figure out how they can beat something. That is why you'll see some women do it. Like, there was some VTuber that finally beat Margit the Fell Omen. Like, the very like second or third boss. And she tried to get through the storm Vale castle, but Margit was her first boss and she finally beat it. But there's plenty of dudes that love that. A lot of females don't like that. They don't like that, and there's proof of it. The men salivate at losing. It's so weird, but I understand it.
No. Just not
I was
for me.
like obsessed with the lore videos. Like, I tried Bloodborne, and I had the same experience where I was just like, I can't do this because I'm coming from, like, also my childhood was so dress up games heavy. I was Flash games era, so all the Barbie games, horse games.
Yeah, we need to bring those games back. Honestly, what the fuck are we doing? Bring those games back.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta shout out the horse games. And
bring back Nintendogs.
Was blocking me from writing the best horse games article, and I keep threatening to do it. Maybe I should, because clearly there's momentum behind it.
Just do it. People love horses. We don't talk about this enough. Another maligned hobby, being a horse girl.
Yeah.
But I did not have the technological skill to be good at any From Software game right off the bat, but I got so into the lore. I watched hours and hours of lore, and then I that was like I guess that was really my gateway into gaming, lore videos. I wrote an article for Polygon about this, how I think watching games is also...
Yeah, stop, fine. No. I won't say it. Okay, we got people from Polygon. Okay, let's keep going.
A valid way of experiencing gaming, but that's another thing that I'm too shy to tell.
So we just got a whole bunch of fucking game journalists here from other like woke journalists like websites where you ladies keep on saying dumb shit on these fucking articles, and then we flame your ass, and then you're like, why are men so toxic? Because y'all are fucking toxic.
All people who are like serious gamers. I don't...
Every single time. It's like women want men to be serious, and then when they're serious, it's just like, why so serious? And it's just like, nigga, what are we doing? What are we doing? You're getting serious about the wrong thing. And I'm like, oh my god, bro.
No.
In terms of like watching lore videos or like watching playthroughs or all of the above.
Yeah. Because similarly, I was like, so when was I born? 1998. So.
I love this girl. She's my favorite. She's my favorite.
Early 2010s. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's when I was born. So my era of gaming is very like YouTube, Flash games, early Twitch streamers. Like I was out there watching Markiplier, and that was how I like played Outlast via Markiplier reaction videos. So I feel like that is kind of maligned as not truly experiencing the game, but that's how I know a lot of games, and that I consider that as part of my experience and part of my hobby.
I think that's a really important point though, because if you were looking to get into games and you hear about like all of these amazing games, like we are all time poor, like it's, and obviously getting more financially poor as the world goes to shit. Like it's such a valid way to kind of get involved in the community and see whether it's a game that you like, but also like obviously such a big lure of playing games is being like an active participant in those narratives and being able to push them forward, but also like I know like my mum very much supports my career and stuff, but I still think she thinks that games are all about guns and violence
of course
or farming, the kind of two extremes. Whereas like, you know, I try and tell her about the games that I'm really passionate about that are incredibly narrative driven and emotional and powerful.
Yeah, we need to dial that shit down, hun. We need to dial that shit down, okay? All right, I appreciate it, but this whole movie game lifestyle we need to dial it way back, okay? Because we're starting to make a lot of video games that are made for women, and the women are not fucking showing up. They're like, oh man, this game has so many emotions and so many different characters with personalities, and then the game comes out and y'all ladies don't show up, or not enough of you. It's because ladies want, surprise, surprise, a lot of ladies probably played Space Marines 2, where they go in and kill some fucking foreigners. I mean, Xenos. You know what I mean? Hey, Sale.
And tell all these amazing stories about different characters and people from different walks of life, but I still feel like the disconnect is there for people who are coming outside of games, that, you know, actually there's so much more to games than just what's on the kind of box or whatever, and that portal via YouTube is such a good way to kind of give people a taste of what there is, but also like showcase like how many games there are in the whole world. I feel like I saw a stat the other day that was like, this year, like 50% more games have been published than in the last 5 years. Like there are so many games nowadays.
Right.
It is hard to kind of find your niche. And as again, another reason why we're doing this podcast, right, is to recommend games that we like. And this is a bit more of a kind of history lesson, but yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, but I think it is really interesting because I'm not from the YouTube generation at all. I was born in 1988, which terrifies me that I'm 10 years older than you.
That's okay.
Serena and I are both from the 88 crew, so it's okay. But it's interesting, right? It's just like we've all had a very interesting journey into games, but from different kind of, not eras, because that sounds really depressing, but...
Jesus, now I'm getting old.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you watch much YouTube growing up, Emma? I feel like you're closer in age to me than Ashley.
Yeah. 1996. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we literally are like divided.
Yeah, I did.
These ladies are like, who else is old? Oh, thank God.
Okay, especially because from a film like point of view, I love horror. It's my favorite genre. I'm obsessed with it.
No way. I didn't see that. Wow.
Try to play a horror game.
No way.
I can't do it. Like, it freaks me out. But I still love those stories and I love watching it, you know. And obviously, like, you know, gaming is my hobby. So I want to engage with horror games. So when I was a kid, especially, and extra scared, like now I can, you know, kind of put on my big girl pants and play a horror game. But back in the day,
it's not a dude, it's a girl.
Of horror games
I thought it was a dude, but it's a girl.
I'm also familiar with Markiplier because he tended to play all the big horror games at the time as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, that would be how I got to experience a gaming genre that I wasn't completely comfortable with to begin with. Now I am, and I, you know, regularly check out horror games and I regularly play them. But I do agree with you. I think it's a really good way of finding...
You mean to tell me there's a woman out there playing horror games, something that I really don't like, and I can play the very difficult games that I like? No way! See, this is a perfect example of like, hey, there's stuff that women can do and there's stuff that men can do. Me, I can't handle horror. Because I'm scared. But she can handle it. She can't handle like fucking Souls games. I can handle them.
Finding that niche, like you said, because the more I watched, the more comfortable I got with the idea of me playing it. You know?
Yeah, definitely. Because I was thinking as you were talking, I think part of why YouTube playthroughs, I still watch them a lot. Just part of it is like self-consciousness by my own ability to be good at games. So it's like someone else just do it for me and then I'll see if it's worth embarrassing myself in front of myself. And then
she is top of the line. Hey, boyfriend, can you beat this boss for me? Energy all over her.
Usually it does. Like if I'm really into a playthrough, I'll play it myself and then I'll be like, I should be the next Markiplier. I'm so good now. It helps having the context and like seeing someone do it. I don't know. It kind of removes some of the anxiety for me in starting a new game. This is on my mind because I just came back from SGF and the worst feeling in the world is playing a game in front of the developer and having them see how confused you are. Totally unrelated, but
they're like, crap, we need to put some more tutorials in here or some more signposting. But and I feel like
so she's responsible for the yellow tape.
As journalists, we're also kind of conditioned to be like, well, game journalists are bad at games, right? Actually, we're not. But also, there's a lot of pressure when you're having to like film yourself or play it like for the
especially
first time
when you're
with
a
everyone
female
watching.
Journalist. Then there's 2 layers of like, I'm a woman and I'm a journalist. Where does this put me in the bracket?
For people who are kind of like looking in from the outside right now, like, is there anything that you guys would recommend that you watch to kind of get a sense of games?
Really, I would just recommend Oh, okay. It's all right. Just kind of just did. I'm so sorry.
Embarrassed.
I would recommend. The way I got into it was I found creators who I enjoyed, playthrough wise, and I specifically looked for like game movie of a certain game that I was like interested in. That was literally just all the cutscenes and like
I do the
some
same
sprinkling
thing
of gameplay.
I just watch all of Silent Hill and then no commentary, all of Silent Hill 3. And then yeah, I just watch that.
So yeah, there's two avenues that I recommend for people if they want to go down the YouTube route, which is finding a personality who, you know, you vibe with, a creator who you think is funny and who also plays games that you enjoy watching, or looking at the games around you if you are interested in them. There are...
Funny thing is, I have a couple of people wanting me to play My Time at Sandrock because they saw me playing it and then I stopped playing it. And now I'm getting messages from it's most likely females because it's mostly like a game that's towards like a Sims lifestyle, you know, taking care of your farm and like, you know, a little bit of RPG combat, and then you can get married in the game. Every game that has relationships, women like to get in that game for some reason. Wonder why. But like I would get messages saying, "Hey, are you gonna play the game again?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna play the game all over again before the next game comes out." And yeah, it's crazy.
Avenues that don't have creators in them, and you can just see the gameplay
and the game story
as well. So yeah, that's how I got into it. I don't know if you got into it a different way, Ashley, or if there's something else that you could say about it.
I think what I would say now in like this current era of gaming, or what I do try to say to my friends who like, gaming is still a very siloed hobby. Like people, it's somehow not mainstream, even though it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry, which I always find weird. There's so many now, especially there's so many female content creators, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, or even like lore specialists, that there's people doing fashion history in games. There's people doing like makeup looks in games. I feel like if you're interested in an aspect of a game, you can find a way that already connects to something you feel more comfortable with like makeup or fashion or lore, history. So I would say to people I feel like people just need to know that games aren't like as different from everything else as it seems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna...
For me personally, I would highly recommend watching Super Eye Patch Wolf. He makes these videos about...
Oh, she knew. She knew. She just said it.
This month. He's not, the most regular uploader, but he's so passionate. And I've discovered games that I would have never considered playing because of the way he's spoken about them and because of the kind of detail and depth that he talks about them. So you could watch those. I think you could watch Super Eye Patch Wolf, not even being a gamer, and just appreciate the way he talks about games. He doesn't just make videos about games, he also makes 3-hour-long videos about Garfield, but that's besides the point. I think, if you just want to sit down and watch some great YouTube that might happen to be about games, Super Eye Patch Wolf is the way to go. And also Summoning Soul. Like, I'm not big on the speedrunning community at all. That's kind of an area of gaming that doesn't really draw me in as much, but
yeah, it's been mainstream.
It's just fascinating. It's a fascinating watch. It's the same as kind of watching a documentary on a sport you know nothing about.
Well, here's the thing about watching somebody play video games is that there are some games that you probably just enjoy just watching instead of playing yourself. So you got to be kind of careful when it comes to, oh man, you want to get into gaming, watch somebody else play a game. You got to be really careful about that, because it's kind of like, well, I don't actually enjoy playing the game. I actually enjoy this person playing the game for me. And it especially when it comes to analog horror, there's a lot of people like, let's say like Jacksepticeye or 8-Bit Ryan or Markiplier, even like Baz, like these people, they play these analog horror games and they find them real quick and they upload real quick, and you know, they bring these games to life more than probably you ever could. Now, yes, you could play the game yourself, but maybe it's just you watching the game that actually makes the game worthwhile.
The story will draw you in, and then you'll find yourself Googling the game, and then you'll find yourself downloading the game, and there we go, you're a guest.
I mean, I'm still not a YouTube person. Like, I have a small child and far too many hobbies, so it's just like, there's just something's got to go, and it's got to be long.
She's a woman.
Long-form content.
She's a woman.
And so like, I am just addicted to Instagram, and I follow loads of creators that are like curators, and particularly in the indie space. And I love anyone who's kind of those nice little Instagram carousels where it's just a screenshot and a little bit of information about the game. Because I know that like from a screenshot I'll probably like something. Like, I'm very visual in the way I kind of.
I don't like small form like content. I think it like kind of dilutes your brain a little bit, and now your brain's kind of like you usually when it comes to people like trying to receive information, it's around probably like 7 to 10 seconds, but now you do these Instagram reels and now it's like every 3 seconds, and you got to watch out with going on these websites like that, because it'll just be like, oh, I need my dopamine check now.
Get lured into games,
or you're doom scrolling or something.
So yeah, that
I like to chill in.
There's so many avenues in which you can kind of get an insight into what's interesting and what's upcoming without even having to think about the back catalogue that goes on for an infinity, probably at this stage. I mean,
you want to know the best way to find out what kind of games you want to play? Your best way to find out you want to play a game is by literally doing this. Type in game trailer on YouTube. Game trailer on YouTube, you'll find a list of game trailers. Maybe it's just one trailer per, but there are some videos that will just do, here's all the game trailers of 2026. Here's all the game trailers of 2025. I like to go to these things because I could quickly find out what games are, you know, early access and that sort of thing. And you'll get a better clue at what you want to get. I don't like to do this whole thing where it's like, oh man, my favorite YouTuber or something. I don't like that. I like to have a whole stream of like a 45-minute video of just me looking at trailers, and then I could skip anything that I don't like and then find the thing that I like.
Where do we go from here? That's a good question. What are you playing right now? Like, we've talked about all the kind of avenues that we have had getting into games, how we got into games ourselves. If you were trying to introduce someone to games now, what game would you tell them about or show them? So I feel like that's quite a hard question, because I've got like 10,000. I'd be like, oh, if you like this, like, I would try and like hook it to maybe, like you were saying, Ashley, something that they like in their life, and then hook it to something like that. But I feel like the game I always come back to is Edith Finch, because I feel like it's the most game because it's got everything in it, and I don't want to spoil it for people who are listening to this as people who want to get into games, because it's the game I think about the most in my whole life, I think, because it's just so weird. I think it's the most game of all time in the best way possible. But it's also a game that I wouldn't want to talk about before they played it. But I hate being the person that's, you just got to play it. You've just got to play it. So I don't know. I'm torn. How about you guys?
Alice Madness Returns. It's kind of been blowing up.
Good choice. Good choice. Good choice.
Online for like the past few years, and I see people making a lot of art and fan edits and things even if they haven't played it. So I feel like the aesthetics really speak to people because they're so different and singular, and it's a platformer, but the combat's accessible, the story is interesting. I think it has a lot of things to offer people and is like a kind of, it reminds me of like a grown-up Nintendo game.
This is the second time that she wanted to be a little goth, a little goth again.
No offense to Nintendo, but like the themes are more adult. There's like a horrible.
We know who this woman is. We got her number.
Abuser that you, spoiler alert, can kill in a really satisfying way, and Mario doesn't do that. He just doesn't do that. So I was Alice Madness Returns for sure.
Okay. I am gonna go play that right now.
You should.
So, I mean, not right this second, but when.
No, do it right now. No meetings. No meetings for Sam. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Astrobot. I just think it's such an all-rounder, and it gives you that tour even through all the other PlayStation characters that are represented in that game, and it will give you little mechanics in each level that are similar to the level that that character is based on.
They're making good choices because they're very simple in and out video games.
Like the Kratos level or the Abe's Odyssey level, like there is so much in Astrobot, but it's accessible, it's easy. You know, you never sat there going, how do I do this? And I hate that. I mean, for someone who plays FromSoft games, I hate when I hit a wall. I hate not knowing how to do something, and you never get that in Astrobot. It's very intuitive, but then when it's
some publisher or some psychoanalyst is like, good. Let's make some more yellow paint. More yellow paint for this woman.
Challenging, like the Crumble Rumble levels, the ones where it's like really difficult rhythmic platforming. Those are hard, but they'll suck you in and you'll just keep going for like an hour. So I just think it's a real smorgasbord, that game. It's got a little bit of everything. So if you wanted a taste of
it's stunning as well.
It's gorgeous to look, like everything about it. If you wanted a taste of what a game can do, I think that's going to give you the biggest selection of what a game is capable of now.
Agreed. How about you, Emma?
Can I give two?
Yeah.
For two different things. Okay, great. My go-to when someone wants to get into gaming completely fresh is, listen, if you love TV and if you love movies, I'm always going to recommend LA Noire, first and foremost.
That's a good one.
I think it's a really good example of showing that, you know, games are essentially can be these incredibly well-written stories that are just akin to the best TV shows and the best movies that you may engage with. LA Noire is also great because it's really easy to kind of separate your time and not get overwhelmed for your first game. You know, every time Cole gets a new desk and he kind of like, you know, rises through the ranks and it's like the next chapter of the story, there's clear cut-off places to be like, okay, you know, I'm not like trapped in a game, if that makes sense as well. And like nothing's running away from you.
I like the slurs in that game. She was a goyim whore. And I'm like, good Lord. He's just a Jew. I was just like, Jesus. Cuff that nigga. And I'm like, good Lord, I missed this. I recommend Noir, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Another game that I'd recommend for people trying to get into everything is actually Skyrim, which,
True.
You know, I feel like it's an easy one to say, but it's easy for a reason.
Notice how they're not really mentioning newer games. I mean, Astrobot platformer, but yeah.
The game has a lot of flexibility. It respects your time. You have a lot of freedom to do everything that you kind of want to, but also everything is very clearly signposted. All of the little side quests too are just very clear, labeled, and it introduces you to an open world game and just RPGs in general, I think, in a really beginner friendly way.
Oh yeah.
I also like
Definitely
how the game will probably push you towards modding as well. And getting really excited about customizing experiences.
Okay. This is the second time this perverted girl is talking about modding. Oh yeah, you could get modding into Sims. You could mod Skyrim, and I'm like, all right, lady, back up.
Stuff. I know for me, like, I can't play Skyrim.
And I'm like, you're talking about modding the quality of life features of Skyrim. Well, yes, but also no. And I'm like, all right.
Now, without modding out the spiders and replacing them with wolves.
You can ride the dragon in Skyrim, but have you ever considered riding the dragon?
You know, and that experience has led to me modding that game to death now, and I have a great time every time I load it up. So yeah, those are the two that I would just recommend to people.
She's trying not to laugh.
It's such a good game, I think, just for everyone.
What were you going to also suggest Skyrim? Sorry,
yeah,
you're a big Skyrim fan.
I say Skyrim too, but I mean, most beautiful soundtrack ever made and gorgeous to look at and hilariously janky.
What game would I suggest if you're trying to get into gaming? Well, I have to keep it pretty simple. If we're talking about video games, the first video game that I would probably get you into is Mafia. Mafia is highly accessible. It's able to grab you in with the story, and the overall gameplay is pretty easy and intuitive to get into. Mafia is a really good story and also a really good game to play. I also want to because this is a person's first time playing video games, I can't come out and recommend them Mass Effect straight off the rip. Okay, so Mafia is a good through line. Another one, if I had another one, the best one that I could probably mention is nope, I can't mention that. There's a lot of hardcore video games that I'm just like, nope, they're not gonna like that. It's gonna be way too difficult. Another one that I can probably mention is probably Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein Old Blood, Wolfenstein New Order, and Wolfenstein 2, and then stop right there. Stop right there. What about this Youngbloods? Nope.
In places, the side quests where you get drunk on.
Are they on drugs? No, they're women.
Skooma and end up in like the underworld or whatever. It's just, it's so memorable. There's so much of that game that feels like home to me. And I do think as far as a lot of massive RPGs feel quite daunting to me. Like
Bannerlord's too high level for a new gamer.
Whereas Skyrim, it does hold your hand through the process and it does lead you in very gently. So it never feels like this massive, I'm going to have to put 200 hours into this game to truly experience it. It's a lot more approachable, I think.
Yeah, because there's some open worlds and RPGs that just go, right, here's a tiny tutorial and then boom, here's the whole world, off you go, and you'll go like, oh my god. And like, to me, that's like absolute crack. I'm like, yeah, see your main storyline, I'll see you in 50 hours after I've done some weird collectible thing and then come back over here. But I think someone starting out into games, you'd be like, what? Where do I go now? What do I do? So I think, yeah, Skyrim's a really good kind of babies first in a non.
Resident Evil is a good choice.
Yeah, the leveling as well is so much simpler than other
XCOM,
RPGs.
it's not bad. Red Alert,
really good.
Yeah.
Entry into the genre as a whole.
Hopefully that was a good insight into the world of games and people who live and breathe it. The Girls podcast is going to go out every 2 weeks with a mixture of chats with people like us and people from around the
Okay, that was not bad. Not a bad conversation at all. They're just ladies that like video games. If they want to call it Girls Podcast, more power to them. It's freedom of speech, freedom of expression. If they want to talk about like girls playing games, go ahead. More power to them. Yeah, gaming is definitely for all, but remember, this is a male-dominated like space, and you know, you like it. You like video games because, you know, it was made by men, and men play the game. That's what these men that have purchased these games have kept the industry afloat. If it was just women playing the game, well, the industry wouldn't float. It's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Anyway, I will leave it there. Thanks so much for joining me, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. All right, gentlemen. I will end it here. Thanks so much for joining me today. It's been pretty good. I'm going to play some Power World, and then we will play some more video games tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me. It was fucking hilarious. Some of those ladies I kind of like. But yeah, I will see you guys next time. Y'all take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace. Have a good one.